Okay, welcome to the Ghost Ship. We are officially live. Please excuse the basic nonsense as we get everything set up. This show is about a month in the making. I noticed I was getting closer to 300, so I kind of set up a correspondence with a few other people to have a sort of live. So as always, go look at the copyright law. Anything on YouTube is allowed on YouTube. And I'll start with a song, like we always do. I got about 4 of them set up. Hi, Miss Janice. We're going to start very soon. Let me throw these up here real quick while I'm doing 5 other things at the same time.
Yo, I got to ask. Why can't
we have a bit of a delay. Go ahead.
Why can't we see the chat?
Because I'm in below beta. And I don't pay for StreamYard because I'm a cheap ass. I can't put show comments on stage because it says F you. So that's your answer. It says fuck you. It just fucks me off. All right, to the song.
Let me get some more of my headphones, bitch. Son of the morning, shalom, good day, good morning. All of the living I'm morning, he affixes 6s on him. But the inner scripture warn him, deliver the revelation. Still ain't debating Satan's use of major corporations. Remember the plantation, remember the black enslavement. Remember the soul debasing, clothed the face and here persuaders. Remember your colonization, colonial education. Ignorance and nigga shit we get from radio station. Performers getting younger, the dress is getting shorter. It's funny how these pedophiles market your sons and daughters. Target and breach your borders, kidnap your seeds, deport them. Transport them overseas with devil's fiend, auction and bought them. And I yet teach someone caught them. If these are the seeds we lost them, tossed them to hell, they fell for what the system taught them. Give me a minute to prove this, call it conspiracy theory. You never knew what the truth is, be sure that my enemy hear me. About Jay-Z being Illuminati, or whether they got to Kanye, or whether or not they both gay. This is irrelevant subjects. Call us celebrity gossip. You're taking it out of the context of Lucifer's pertinent subjects. We live in the projects. We descend from slaves. A lot of us don't even got shit and do anything to get paid. Who that nigga ain't Satan, and West just hood at best. And if they homo, I do not know, and I could care less. Nah, they ain't the Bilderbergers, nah, they ain't the Rothschilds. That's right, they the Rockefellers, nah, that's just them niggas style. Illuminati, selling your mind, soul, and your body, and they ain't ever need no rappers to accomplish that. Rhythm I right on top of that, giving you the truth, so copy that. Soon the economy collapse, great tribulation after that. Scrolling across more pirate hats, with West Indies company cats. We call that Steve Copley raps, Illuminati coming, but I'll be back. They collapse the market, they're criminalizing farming. They're silencing you for talking, while turning us on to peasants. Agricultural patents, Niagara causing famines. Monsanto seeds that terminate the natural birth and action. Controlling the food supply, choosing who should live or die. Confusion rules, you choose the lie. Illusion illuminates your mind. These are the last times, spin them getting organized. Victory be with the strongest tribe, the ones that force the tightest ties. The lightest eyes, they're the sons of darkness in disguise. Edom's fall as Jacob's rise, so the prophets prophesied. Cecil Rhodes, minding more than just the beers. We're rewinding through the years, but you would rather drink the beers while your peers disappear over the corner every year. Prison population rise and abortion clinics everywhere. Truth is they don't want us here. There's no cotton left to pick. Physical labor is redundant. Secret shifts in politics. Let's talk about the Illuminati. Y'all running around here acting like rappers got something to do with this. You gotta be kidding me, man. You got major corporations creating seeds that don't produce seeds, son. You understand? It's called a terminator seed, man. They creating famines. They selling farmers seeds that can't create seeds. stop your kids from being taught anything. You running around here talking about a rapper, man. You running around here talking about who gay and who ain't gay, man. Get out of town, son. Illuminati. They already here, man. They already got you.
I have a dream, that's all I need. I'll make it happen with some work and belief. Know what I want, so I'll take it on. I've made mistakes, but mistakes make you strong. Let's break it down for a minute. I want the crown, I'm gon' get it. You hear me loud, man, I'm winning. Yeah, Charlie Sheen will be grinning. These ladies know that I'm sinning, and this is just the beginning. I'm closing in the ninth inning. There ain't no point in resisting. Living life like a dream, live it right, that's the thing. Every night, got a team, I've been tied to the scene. Out on stage, here and scream, okay, it's a dream. And I pray as a team, one day it'll be me. If I want it, then I'll get it. Head down, don't regret it. Push myself to the limit. If I play it, then I win it. I'm just saying, I'm just living for today. For a minute, I don't stay, I just visit. Have no shame, I admit it. Looking right at me to see if I succeed, to see if I believe. They're looking up to me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now. Swear to God, man, I'ma make it soon. Silence all the haters as they see us making moves. I do what I want, so I got nothing to prove. Staying motivated, teaching others what to do. I'm staying focused, my mind is open. They start to notice that I'm in motion. There is no potion, you're not just chosen. It takes devotion to stay composed, man. Never stop, there ain't no time to fall. Try to live, get it up, you got one life to ball. Thinking big, never small, cause you gotta want it all. When you finally get that call, you get ready, take it on. Need a hand out, I already stand out. Starting to advance now, ready to expand now. You don't have a chance now, cause we're in demand now. Make it by the grand now, feeling in command now. They're looking right at me to see if I succeed, to see if I believe. They're looking up to me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best.
Okay, so excuse me. Since it'll be better on the computer not have 15 tabs open, we're just going to move forward. Hi, everybody. Once again, copyright law, you can take it and wipe your ass with it because anything on YouTube is allowed on YouTube, and those songs were played from YouTube. So YouTube, you can take this finger and spin on it. Once again, we are completely allowed to break TOS here. Please remove your thumbs and fillings at the door because I don't want either one in my live. So today, this is the 300 subscriber show. and we are here discussing our understanding of what we comprehend through the things we have learned through our years in what we are within. And we are not here to bash people, because I know Mr. Newman had it in the back of his head that we was going to gang up on him today. And I wanted to completely rest assured that we're not ganging up on anybody today. We're just explaining how we comprehend the things that we have been spoon-fed since we've been here, our X amount of years here. And we won't even define here, because if you don't know what here is, you ain't got no business being in this location. So, We'll start off with the mind, since they're the newest person here. And Grimlock, thank you very much for popping up. Just to introduce him real quick, this is the Grand Sectoral Sage. He's an elder statesman. He's been here since before I popped out of my rock and became public, and he is part of the group that I came out and started my progress with publicly, as well as he has his own channel. So, yes, we're going to start with the mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, man. Last night, we also reached a milestone on the Anonymous Republic Network. We reached 740 subs last night. And, hit 300, man. It's a milestone. To some, it's nothing, but to us, it's something, it's something, and
right.
right.
I completely understand, Rev. And I told everybody that, I'm finally, whenever I finally get to 300, we're going to have a real show, people. And guess what? We have the makings of a real show right here. So I stopped showing the link for a second so everybody can read everybody's name, so they know who they're talking to whenever they're talking to who they're talking to. So I'm going to mute up again, and we're going to start with the mind. It doesn't matter your age, as long as you're over 18. That's what does matter. You have to be an adult, because you obviously have to break
exactly.
TOS. But
not just that. Not just that. We all know that YouTube broke a law which caused the COPPA, which stands for Children's Online Privacy Children's Online Privacy Protection Act. Sorry.
Yeah, there was a whole shepangle about that, and a lot of people thought it was allowing old men to do bad things to little kids, and whenever it was actually protecting the little kids and ensuring that they're not allowed to do the same thing as what adults are doing on the internet. And that's how we'll leave that subject.
Yeah.
So, hi, the mind. Hi, the mind. How are you doing? How do you comprehend reality? Because we obviously, a lot of people know Mr. Newman. He's an Orthodox. Me, I just go by energy, man. I go by the sensations that are around me, and I comprehend science to a level that the Library of Babel holds the script of reality. So everything's preset, even though the sensation of us having free will is still there. So go ahead, the mind.
Yeah,
we do have free will.
Okay, so
we have free will to think.
As what we
have free will to say things that need to be said. Okay. Because we have the balls to say things that need to be said, I
believe it's my turn first, though, to talk.
Yeah.
So
we're spinning around the table for a second. Go ahead, the mind. I apologize.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
I think what we're in, I think it's
who's the mind?
I've said it before. I think it's the imagination of God. Personally, I think it's like a dream state, but it's hard. I think it got like taken over by our own dreams, because we do get to dream our own dreams, and they can turn into nightmares. So I think initially it was like,
now I'm confused here, man. Holy crap!
What?
Yeah, I have come across the comprehension that we are just a dream of God, and there are beings around them trying to continuously keep them asleep, because the moment they wake up, everything doesn't exist anymore, obviously.
Yeah, there's a Buddhist understanding like that. I remember encountering that Maya tricked Buddha or tricked Brahma into falling asleep, and she tricked him by saying, wouldn't you want to love yourself more than you ever could before? And he said yes. So she lulled him to sleep, and he's dreaming of creation, and Buddha is like the one who woke up to the idea.
Yeah, I do
Which is
believe. I mean,
probably the
obviously,
first time in history we had the analogy of waking up to reality. Yes, the mind.
sorry, I was gonna say I do. I do believe. Obviously, we can all agree. Like our consciousness isn't just within the body, right? There's higher states of awareness and consciousness. Or no,
You're
or we
asking
can't
everyone
agree.
else if they agree?
I see
I'm
what you're
asking, can we agree to
stepping in,
that?
but
Can we agree to
I
that or
see
no?
what you're stepping in. I see what you're stepping in,
I
but
think
some of the other panel may comprehend it differently. Go
yeah,
ahead.
from an Eastern Orthodox perspective, there's a spiritual intellect known as the nous, and it's something that's been fractured after the fall. And it's how we can actually introspect and to actually see what's happening in our soul, our heart, our mind, our spirit, to actually be able to sense that and not be deluded is like how we clarify the nous, the spiritual intellect. It's like the mind of the soul, or the lamp of the soul, or the eye of the soul. Yeah.
Okay, since Mr. Waters is temporarily out of service, Reverend, what do you have an idea about what was just recently said?
It makes sense. It does. It makes a lot of sense. If you fall asleep and not wake up to reality, you're just basically like taking a long slumber.
Yeah, and it's kind of like coma victims. They actually acknowledge that they do have some type of brain activity, but it's not enough to awaken them, so to speak.
Yeah, it's like time is flying by, and there's nothing that they can do about it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I don't think everything's fake here. Like I think
I agree.
I
You
think
know, I mean, it is. You know, if you fall asleep, are you going to wake up in time to listen to reality? If not, are you just going to let time fly by past you? I mean, is your consciousness going to become a astral projection and see it for itself before you actually wake up?
Right. Okay. Mr. Waters, what do you think about what's recently been stated since you're back?
No, I've been here. I was also told I was going to be up here talking to one person. Good to see everybody. Mind, I think I've met you before. Nice to see you. Reverend, I haven't met you before. Good to meet you as well. I would say that to the original premise, I think this is an experiment of experience. And I think it's done by a higher power so they can experience things on this realm. And I think the illusion of good and evil is very subjective. What some person calls good is another person's evil. And do we have free will? Yes, but a stream only runs one direction, and it can only vary off of said course unless it's rerouted altogether. I don't think we have as much free will as we think we do, but yes, we can make slight decisions.
Was there something
I
else
agree.
you wanted to
I
add
agree to
to
that.
what you were saying, the mind?
Yeah, go for it.
No, I was asking you if there was something else you wanted to add to what you were saying, the mind.
No, I think that's it. I mean, I don't want to take up too much time. I wanted to answer the question. I think that was it. Yeah.
Yeah, basically
Waters,
how we
you just said
understand
something.
reality, and each one of us will discern through our cognitive personal bias what we understand what the other person is saying. Like I said, this is not a debate. We're not sitting here attacking everybody. We're allowing everybody else to explain themselves, and then we take what we understood from what they said and explain it from our point of view so that we can comprehend what they said. This isn't a I'm better than you, I'm right, you're wrong. We're understanding how everybody views what's going on here. So coin toss, hey Rev, you want about 10 minutes to explain how you look at reality?
I look at reality just like, in a very different way from let me rephrase here. I see reality a lot differently from other people do, in a very different way. I was born in the mid-late 70s. A lot of people of my age see things differently.
You saw the rise of technology.
Yeah. We were born before the internet, before the cell phone and
yeah, and I'm quite sure whenever you was a kid, the TV did the national anthem and cut off to the static for about 6 hours.
Yeah.
Very few people know about that.
Bless
yourself, Mr. Newman.
We had the rotary. My parents had a rotary phone, and like if you ask this now generation, if you ask what's a rotary phone, they have no fucking clue. They have no clue because this is like 30 years before, like 25. Maybe like. Well, I would say 35, 36 years before they were even born. You know what I'm saying? I mean, even the Gen Zs, they have no idea what the rotary phone is. And then it's kind of funny how that generation gets attacked because they attack us because we were born before the internet. We were born before the smartphone. We were born before all the tech now.
Hey, Reverend, you remember the sound that will divide the generations, the dial-up sound?
AOL. AOL, Net Zero. That I was saying, you got mail. No shit. But seeing reality, again, I see it a lot differently from everybody else because of how I grew up. What innovation came before and way before? I remember Atari, ColecoVision. These are consoles that you didn't need internet.
Let me try to narrow you down a little bit. We're going off of our viewpoints of religion and if we follow one or have we, so to say, created one, as to say, like molding a few together. Not to say create a new religion. I'm saying like using comprehension from multiple religions. Okay, my bad.
That's where I'm going.
Wait, so Atari's part of Atari's part of the religion.
Religion is a very controversial. I mean, very controversial because Christianity is the oldest religion. It came out during the Roman times.
It's not the oldest.
Well, one of the oldest. One of the oldest.
Not even in the top 10.
Yeah, I'm a Christian and I know that. Yeah, it's
to a certain degree because it's very controversial. No matter how you call it or what you name it, it's very controversial because it's
the whole timeline is basically right.
Man-made religion, man.
No, I see where
Yeah.
Reverend is coming with it, because if you follow the Abrahamic God, you're a Christian. So therefore, anyone who followed the Abraham God, that is a Christian. So Christianity has lived ever since Abraham had his God.
Well,
Well,
before that,
well,
even we would say that God would it pre-exists the entire world, but the actual religion of Christianity itself didn't. It was 2,000 years ago.
well, I
Maybe
mean,
have been established, but
If you're a
recognized
young
as
creationist,
Abraham's God. That's what I think
well,
Reverend's more going into.
if you look at the Roman Empire, um, what Roman emperor became a Christian first?
What's that?
The Roman emperor,
Which emperor of
the
Rome
Caesar,
became
yeah,
Christian?
The
Wasn't
became the
it?
first.
It was the Edict of
Wasn't it?
Milan. Yeah,
Go ahead.
it was Constantine, the Edict of Milan. Yeah, in the 4th century.
Because the thing is, I mean, I do agree that people want a faith to grasp and hold on to. In the Bible, it isn't anything about a church. Here. Let's build a building and we'll call it a church, and we'll worship God and Jesus. Did God or Jesus say that for us to build a church,
Yeah.
to build a church? No,
Yeah, he
no.
did. Yeah, he did. He said to Peter, on this rock, when he declared that he's the Son of God, he said, "On this rock I'll build my church."
or a temple. I think he said build a temple, right?
I thought
Specifically.
the church was outside, under the I mean,
Okay, so worldview.
I
Do you
don't
believe in
I don't believe
ghosts?
a building should be built to worship a deity. When I go outside, I'm already in church.
Yeah, Reverend,
Yeah.
you're conflating two ideas. One of them was the idea of build this structure to come to where you can worship me, and you're talking about spirituality outside of a building, which I understand. Like, I don't think your Christian, your Christian level of how good of a person you are should be judged by attendance, but you're talking about something that was an actual physical structure that Jesus asked for. He did ask for a place to come worship.
I'm not saying about attendance. I'm saying again, I believe that church can be anywhere, even outside. I mean, you don't need a.
I think Reverend is going off of the thing that the body is a temple, therefore your body is your church, and your church comes with you. We
Yeah,
can
like
look
monks
at
in the
it that
desert.
way to analyze it.
Yeah, monks in the desert. Like there's monastics that are very far from the church, and they still have the Trinity with them.
Your body is a wonderland, John Mayer.
Okay, Mr. Waters. Okay, Mr. Waters.
But I like to throw into this here real quick. Like I said, religion is very controversial, and I do believe in having a faith. I do. But one of my concerns about is that there are individuals that would twist and manipulate and pull off half truths to manipulate people for their own gain, which to me is bullshit. No one's a true Messiah. No one's a true
This day and age, this day and age.
Yeah, it's crazy. It is nuts. I was a Mormon at one time. Well, I still am, but I came disillusioned on shit. We had a bishop that was a prophet. No. We had a prophet in the religion. Like, dude, you're not a prophet. You're a con man in a 3-piece suit and a fake smile. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Mormonism is absolutely a heresy. Yeah.
I left.
Yeah, from what I'm getting, Reverend has, in a sense, may have been scarred by people who have misused Christianity, and he has come up with his personal relationship through what he understands and what he goes through in the way that he has seen things happen. Like I said, I might have said that before the show or anything, but all of this is just basically anecdotal knowledge of what we have gathered or from what others have done to us. These are personal experiences of how we now understand what we understand. Anybody have anything else before we move along to the next person? Thank you very much, Reverend.
Reverend, what did you say? Religion is what? You said it was feared, or what did you say it was? It was what was
controversial. Controversial.
I think the reason that religion is controversial is because of people's internal fears, and they're scared to know that something else could be in control, and that's the reason that people would consider religion controversial. But I don't think it should actually be controversial.
Well, it is to a certain degree. And
but what I was going to say is it shouldn't be any more controversial than believing in science or anything else. It's just the human characteristic looking for answers to questions. So I don't think it should be controversial what source you use to find your answers.
No, it's controversial. It's controversial in a way where, again, you have people that, look at Jonestown, right? Jonestown, Branch Davidian, people with just this ego and arrogance, and just
it's easy to pick out people in society that aren't preaching the word of God, that they won't follow any biblical teaching.
But the way they did it, is something that God would not want to happen.
I can't remember the exact words I just did. It's just they're misusing the Christianity. It's kind of like we know about prostitution as the oldest job, the oldest occupation. In my personal opinion,
prostitution.
If religion is organized and structured in a way where revenue has to be circulated through it, it becomes the oldest trick of all time. That's the way I put through it, because we can look at Mr. Newman and say, wasn't Jesus very angry that money was being exchanged inside of the church and he flipped over all the tables? And you can elaborate into that story some more.
I think the biggest thing is I don't blame Christians for the Christian crusade, though. Like, we have to be able to point out the difference of when somebody's actually following whatever religion they're claiming to follow, and then when they're going outside of any scripture. Like, the Christian crusades wasn't following God. They weren't following any order from their Christian God. And I'm not even Christian. Like, but I have no problem defending those weren't Christians either.
And I hate to say it, but I'm in the book that Human wrote the book. Human arranged the book. Human decided what was and wasn't canon for the book. I'm in that boat, and I apologize. I understand inspiration and flow state, but Human still wrote the book.
Wait, so I want to say one thing about that real quick. But let's say like God is real, right? Let's say God is real.
Old Testament or New Testament?
He exists. Let's just say God is real. He exists, and he does want to communicate with us. I think it's impossible for any man to stop that from happening.
I'd like to go off for the point where he has the capability to and can. It's kind of like the burning bush. The way that I view the burning bush is an extra dimensional creature had to remain in the same location for an extended period amount of time, because science states that in flatland, if we were to pass through flatland, which is considered 2D, like two squares looking at each other would only see a line. If we were to pass through flatland, we'd only be a simple oval. They'd not be able to see what we'd look like. So therefore, the burning bush was basically the Abrahamic God physically appearing in a location that he was plausibly able to because of what is required. Like, I'm not saying he doesn't have the capability to communicate. It takes a lot for him to directly communicate in the sense of the burning bush. But we see it all around all the time that things occur and we can say yay or nay about it, because yay is okay, glory to God. Nay is you up.
All right, I got to talk about the burning bush a little bit,
Oh,
given that that's the name of my
jump-
YouTube channel, the burning bush.
I want to jump in. I want to jump in that a little bit too. Hey, Curse, what if there was a way that God?
Can we let the one guy talk? Because the guy in the middle hasn't said anything so far at all.
Yeah. So the burning bush is the indwelling of the energies of God. We believe that God has an essence that is unknowable, and then he has his energies that he can indwell in us. And we participate through these energies and we become in God dwelled. That's what makes us saints. So the burning bush is this paradox of a bush that is not consumed by the energies of God. And we are all supposed to be burning bushes. We're all supposed to be like the Theotokos who had Christ inside of her. We are to be temples of the Holy Spirit. That's the aim of the Christian life.
Thank you for that. I think Mr. Waters was trying to say something. He was in the middle of speaking. Yeah, go ahead. But yeah, go ahead, Mr. Waters.
We both were just interested in that topic. It's nothing wrong with that. I often look at like the reality side of it. Odds are the burning bush was an acacia tree. Acacia is rich in DMT. It doesn't mean it wasn't a gift from God to maybe lift a veil, but I have a feeling that somebody was breathing in a heavy dose of DMT in front of a burning bush, and there's a good chance that they had dimethyltryptamine running through their veins, and definitely probably got some visions. But it doesn't necessarily mean it wasn't from a higher power.
And just to explain to the audience, yes, your body does have DMT in it. A massive amount is released at the moment of you not controlling your meat suit anymore. And yeah, so
also
if you
dreaming.
know how to access that, you can do that. What's up, Mr. Newman?
Also dreaming, right? Dreams are from DMT.
That's what I'm saying. A massive amount is released whenever you're no longer in control. Like our body can create DMT is what I'm stating, but there is a limited amount. So I am not disagreeing with you. I'm saying, yeah, you are drip fed it at certain points of certain things going on throughout your progressive life. Yet the majority of it is safe. Kind of like a battery, kind of like a lithium battery. Most of the carbon of the lithium battery for the electronic car is made before you use the electronic car.
Do you guys think fasting for like 40 days would also release DMT?
Yes, it puts your body in a state of emergency beyond adrenaline recovery or reliance.
I also think you get a huge DMT release with near-death experiences. I think that's why people describe their life flashing before your eyes. And that's why a fast would also work, because I think your body's dealing with something totally different and it's trying to cope with it.
But regardless, if there's a mechanism behind it, it doesn't mean that it's not from God, like you already said.
I agree.
Well, I know at least two of us, maybe three of us, or maybe all of us on the panel have had a near-death experience at least once in their existence.
I've had a few, but I had a very major one that I think was actual death. But, you know.
But yeah, that's what I'm putting on the table. I know Mr. Newman has. I know I have. I don't know if anybody else. Maybe, definitely, unsure, question mark. Yeah.
I know I have, but it wasn't anything where like I was releasing DMT.
I agree. I had mine nearly 30 years ago, over 30 years ago.
What did you see?
Me dying.
What, like an out-of-body experience? Or
That's totally a Gen Xer answer. I apologize. That was hilarious. That's totally a Gen Xer answer. But that's kind of what you see. I would guess that he saw himself not being here.
I was 16 in 92. Got hit by a drunk driver. And I thought I died. on impact. I woke up, couldn't even fucking move. And right there, I thought, yeah, my time's over. I mean, I got hit by a fucking 5,000-pound machine and shit. Going what 50. And carried a scar for about nearly a month on my face.
But did you have like an afterlife type of crossover experience?
Close. Very close. I think honestly, I think I've how you say on that day, God didn't want me. The devil was afraid that I might take over his shit. So I'm alive now. So
yeah, kind of how I look at it. I've seen Damnation and Paradise. Both of them scare me out. This is the only place left. So between Mr. Waters and Mr. Newman, who wants to go first?
Sure, I'll go first.
Can I ask you a question about what the last thing you said?
Who, me?
What did he say or what
No,
did I say?
that Mr. Newman said.
Oh yeah, sure.
You said that's how you can justify that it could also be coming from God. You were agreeing with me that I had said it could be a gift from a higher power, and then you place God in the place of higher power. How do you determine the difference between a God, a higher power, the one that you're supposed to be following? This is kind of my crux with religion, is I think they're talking about more than one God.
Yeah. So, yeah, I guess this kind of plays all into my answer. First, what people were talking about reality, I think the reality is the Trinity. For me, I went through a lot of life trying to find out the answers for myself and deciding, what I thought was true and what wasn't true, and using occult methods to do things like astral projection and all these magical techniques. And I thought I knew things, and I filled myself with these understandings. But when alcoholism was taking over and I was going to die, I listened to a friend who told me about the Inexhaustible Cup icon, and I was willing to try anything at that point. I was a Christian formally, I was a Methodist in the past, but I was definitely willing to try out an icon because I was an occultist at this point. So nothing seemed off the table for me. And I was ashamed to actually ask Jesus for anything because I said lies about him. I used to say like that he was a magician too. And I helped edit a book that my imperator put out. And I asked her to pray to Jesus for me, that I don't die an alcoholic. 30 days into that, I quit too quickly because I was drinking exclusively in front of the icon with tears, and I just wanted to quit so badly, and I did it too quickly. So I was 300 pounds, and I had varicose veins in my throat and my stomach. So when I withdrew, my blood pressure went straight out the roof, and I started just bleeding out. And I was bleeding out in my own room, a locked room, for like 24 hours. Eventually, somebody came, and the paramedics thought I was dead, but then I came to. But from my experience, I went to hell. Before I went to hell, I saw Jesus, but there was also all these other voices around me that were claiming to be Rosicrucian ascended masters from my order. And they said, don't bow to him because then you would be trapped. That's an egregor. That's just a thought form. Like you should explore the universe with us because you made it. You got the Magnus Opus. You have your light body. You could explore the universe with us. And so I hesitated to bow to him, and I was pushed out of his countenance. And I went to a very dark place, a place without grace. And I don't know how long I was there, maybe even a year. But either way, at the very end of it, the Theotokos came to me, and she told me to worship her son and go to the church. And so after that, it just became, what is the church? And it was the Orthodox Church that created the icon in the first place. It should have been obvious to me, but I did try out other churches first. But that's kind of how I came to the truth. It was, I was knocked out of myself. I was humbled exceedingly. I didn't come to my own understandings. I was shown.
It's a beautiful answer. Congratulations on the sobriety.
Thank you. It's about to be 3 years, November 21st.
Yeah, congratulations, man.
Thank you.
I just stopped like drinking majorly. When I first started YouTubing a couple of years back, or 2 or 3 years back, I made it a competition. I was just going to debate people on religion, talk politics, and then talk to time travelers. And I would put down a bottle of rum a night while I podcasted, and I did that for 3 years straight, 2 or 3 years straight. And now I think I'm at like 30 days sober, something like that. And I want to be able to still have a drink and stuff like that, because I don't want to quit forever. I just want to make sure I have control of myself. But yeah, dude, congratulations. That's awesome. And I could see how anybody would come to a specific God after an experience like that. I just, it's just a curiosity to, I could see how you would feel solid in that stance, the way you explained it. That's perfect. I would be beholden to one God if that was the experience that I had held to.
Yeah. And for me, like, I always wanted to also have this like healthy relationship with alcohol. And what I ended up doing, like, out of humility, is she didn't ask me to do this, but I promised Mother Mary I would never drink again, except if it was blessed wine from the church. And that's a very small amount cut with water. And I do that, and it doesn't lead to any kinds of cravings. I'm around people that drink all the time. It's like I really have been cured of it. I don't call myself an alcoholic. I know like lots of AA people are like, I'm an alcoholic and spend this amount of years. I don't believe that, because I'm not an alcoholic anymore. I don't have any desire to drink alcohol. I like the taste of beer. Like, I still can drink non-alcoholic beers, and that doesn't make me want to drink alcohol either. I just like the taste of it, of beer. Yeah.
I just want to say,
define myself.
Sorry, go ahead. I just want to say I'm 33, and I used to drink since I was like 18, but I just recently stopped because I just don't want to drink no more. I want to pursue my goals, and it's hard to do that when I'm just wasting my money drinking and sleeping all day.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, cannabis is so much better for people.
As well.
If you're gonna do something, do weed. Don't do alcohol.
Yeah,
wait a minute.
Sure, it wasn't as yours. That's crazy. I want to congratulate you.
I'm always smoking weed. What are you talking about, Mr. Newman?
Well, that's what I mean. I think that's way healthier for you. I think it's even possible that in the Bible they even mention cannabis.
Yeah, it's mentioned that, but it's actually as an oil, and it's applied to the body.
Yeah.
I did a book report on it when I was younger.
So I think the mind was trying to say something.
No, I said it. I just said whatever I was saying. I think I finished it. I forgot. I have short-term memory.
Yeah, you were talking about your sobriety and that it helped you focus instead of just sleeping all day and
and wasting your money.
Yeah, so I didn't have such a dramatic story as what's his name's, but I want to say that's crazy and that's cool, and I congratulate you for that too, because that's a hell of a story.
Glory to God.
But going on to the sobriety thing, I feel like it's I don't like the idea of like I was talking about with the fear of religion earlier, with what Reverend was talking about. I think the biggest fear is to give up control over my own entity. And that's why I phrased it as I had to get in control and know that I was in control, because I do think that's why they call them spirits, like alcohol. Like I feel like there is a negative connotation to it. And it's just like anything else. I just don't want to give anything the ability over me. I have to be strong enough to do this. Otherwise, what am I even doing? Like but I definitely have an addictive personality. I like a good time. And
yeah, me too.
I feel like
video games is a harder thing for me.
Yeah.
This I'm really glad you guys are mentioning this, because this is like the thesis of my book that I'm writing. Like it's about my story, but also like this understanding that I've come to, that consumption is an act of worship, that we're all worshiping beings, and this addiction that we all have is a yearning in our heart. It's a working heart, and we just direct it towards the wrong things. No matter what we when we consume things constantly in anaphora, like constantly coming back to it, we're actually worshiping that and we're filling ourselves with it. And if we did that with God, with life, we would be so much happier. But instead, we enslave ourselves to these passions, where it's like, oh, I have to drink, I have to play video games, because like you feel like you're addicted to it. But like that obsession, that yearning is actually not bad. It's a working heart, just misapplied.
Yeah, that's why I say it's an addictive personality. It's a human characteristic to want to do something enjoyable. I don't think that's out of nature.
Yeah. And I have so much peace and joy worshiping God. Like it's what I actually look forward to. People look forward to different things on like the weekends and all that. Like I look forward to going to church and worshiping. I look forward to my prayer roll. Like, and if it ever became like that, I don't enjoy it, I'd still go anyway because I believe it's healing me. But that's like the trust that I've built with this constant consumption. I learned that even with alcohol, I was doing it liturgically. I was spacing out my day so that I could have a full-time job while also being a alcoholic that drank at least a fifth a day, which is scarily doable, but like it takes a lot of planning out your day, just like you would for God.
It takes denial to a certain extent, because say you have a job where you actually have to leave your house, because I found myself in that same pattern. It's like, oh, okay, you still worked 8 hours or whatever hours a day, and then you would come home and have a drink. But it's just like, well, if you're still having a drink every day, it's still in your system. So when you're waking up and driving to work and the next day, you're still under the influence and you don't even realize you are.
Because you're so used to it, you don't feel like you're still a little buzzed, but you are.
You don't feel intoxicated.
Yep.
All right, neither one of us are going to dodge this question, Mr. Waters, but you are definitely first because I'm last. You're next because I'm last. So your turn, Mr. Waters.
What happened?
The reason why we are gathered here today. We are gathered here today because I want to know what you think of what you understand and how you came to that understanding.
I believe in a higher power. I believe it's also possible that we live in a simulation, but I don't think that disproves the ability of a higher power. I think that if there is a higher power, I think there's been multiple ones that we've been told. I don't think most earthly religions get it right. But I think religion can be a positive thing if people use it correctly. There's also plenty of examples when people don't use it correctly and it becomes a negative thing. I don't frown on anybody that's using it in a positive way and doing positive changes with it. There's plenty of good that comes from religion, but usually people judge it by its outliers. So I just believe in a higher power. I don't believe any religion's gotten it right. And it's mainly because of the corruption of man usually getting involved. It's the word of man that usually has too much influence. And I think it's because humans are corrupt by nature. I think humans don't know what to do when they get a certain sense of power or money or whatever you want to call it that equalizes power in this existence.
Curse Zero, I just want to say I forgot to mention the fact that I came to this conclusion because I've had like these lucid dreams and I literally had these visions and I've literally seen I become the universe. I was this thing called the universal consciousness, and I saw backwards and forwards into time, and I was able to see like these dimensions. It was like an infinite amount of dimensions that was making up this one reality. And I can go into those stories if you want, but I forgot to mention that part because that is a big part that plays in the whole reason why I believe in what I believe in. A lot of synchronicities and a lot of like epiphanies through dreams and visions.
Right. Thank you very much. All this ties in and is part of the reason why I was going to be the last one. Were you finished, Mr. Waters? Was that everything that you wanted to state about the reason why we're here today?
Yeah, I don't know how to publicly state what I believe. It's usually one of those things that you have to like dive in and ask me about. But I would say as a generality, yeah, I think I covered most of it.
And I guess
that's where we are. Go ahead, Mr. Newman.
I'll just add to mine that so from the understanding of the Eastern Orthodox, the humans fell because we tried to become God without God's input. We broke the fast. We disobeyed, and that that is life itself. So out of mercy, God kicked us out of the garden so that we wouldn't be stuck like that forever. And God, through his love, has always been drawing us back to him. So in the Old Testament, you'll see a lot of our human response, that is weakness, to God's love. And that's why it can sometimes look like, oh, you know, it was, did God say that there were slaves and all this other stuff, like that this was a good thing? I would say, like, you'd have to look at, for example, if you were to take over another like tribe back then, you would kill everybody. Slavery was considered to be like a merciful thing to do. Today, you know, we would say that that's completely wrong because God made us all in the icon of God. But like they didn't even understand that yet because the incarnation didn't happen yet. So like it's sort of like there's this dance between us and God throughout history. And when God came in the form of man, he like ended history. And we believe that we are in like the end times in the sense that the kingdom is here through the church, but then there will be an actual second coming too. So, you know, we believe that the saints are in heaven right now, that they can pray to God for us, and that the entire aim of our existence is to be more like God, because we look like him, but we should be more like him. And that means loving others.
All right, so I guess it's my time. I guess it's my turn. I basically, it's a little strange. I have a very steadfast thing that you have to prove it to me, and then I have to prove it to myself, and then I can accept it. It's kind of how I discern things. So, and I've been like this ever since I was knee-high to a toad frog. So the whole point of what I'm putting down is, if what you're telling me can't be double checked by myself and I get the same result, it's opinionated. In a sense, it's only circulated towards that individual. So then I come across science later in my years, discovering things, and science just keeps on extending the frontier of the cliff of knowledge that we have. Like Grimlock said, since the 70s and since the 20s, it's been occurring majorly. And I've tried to keep up with the frontier edge of science. And the funny thing is that all of this together, it's kind of like what Mr. Waters was stating. Not everybody has a full story. Everybody has pieces of the story. And through my method of discerning things, I've come to the comprehension of finding as much of the story as I can. And the way that it comes down is I'm not learning things. I'm obtaining information. I'm, in a sense, remembering instead of learning is what I'm trying to state in a form of human words. And science basically shows us and has a way to lean us in a direction where, yeah, everything is plausible because everything has occurred, will occur, and is occurring all at once. And it happens in a cylindrical universe, which basically means what we know as the Grand Expansion, otherwise known as the Big Bang, and the Big Crunch through entropy is just a giant cycle that the universe goes through. And all of this together at one time, meaning, yes, each and every one of you are correct, as well as every one of y'all are false. It's the Schrodinger's cat of reality. And in order to have the even comprehension of a timeless being, we have to be able to go through all of these. And to an extent, some of us have been able to access more than a singular one at the same time to, so to speak, speed up the process. But yeah, we're all made in the image of something, so to speak, to use Christian words here. And sooner or later, we'll all go back to that something. And that's what every indoctrination state. Sooner or later, we're not going to be here, so nothing matters. Science tells us that everything occurs, so nothing matters. So therefore, the thought of omnipotence, I can give that. I can give that because you have to be able to experience the vast amount of a Hilbert Hotel infinities of realities running all simultaneously and continuously at the same time in order to even progress beyond what we are now. Because we're merely embryos of what created us. Questions, thoughts, rebuttals, remarks, screw you, statements?
I want to go back to the video game thing here, real quick. It may go off topic just a little bit. I'm a gamer. I admit that. Am I addicted? No. Why? It's choice. Yeah, there are people that are addicted. You know, almost as addicting to alcohol or drugs, but you know, yeah, I'm a gamer. I play. But am I on all the time? No. Why? It's choice. Others choose to be addicted because it's the dopamine bullshit, you know, the whole dopamine, you know. I believe that video games is kind of a help for people with hand-eye coordination issues, you know, which is a big help.
I just want to say entertaining things can be very good tools for distraction or placeholders for distraction. And I think there's a lot of things we should be focusing on, and going into the digital world and just firing our dopamine receptors, like you were saying, is not what we need to be focusing on. There's so much more things we could be doing right now that we're not.
What I'm trying to say is there are individuals that have hand-eye coordination issues. Having a hard time with the hand-eye coordination. You know, it's coordination, you know. And again, is it a distraction? Yeah, because people make it a distraction, you know. People choose make it a distraction. I'm a counter.
I think we're in a fractal universe. I think we're in a fractal state, and everything we are a small version of something greater. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, but again,
can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you think it's possible to be addicted to religion?
Depends on the person.
No, I'm just asking the nature.
Do I believe it? Do I believe it? Do I believe it? It can be addicting. No. No.
You don't think you could get addicted to any feeling? Like that's what I'm asking you, because like addiction to me is just like mine said, it could be a distraction from something, because it doesn't. I didn't say which religion. Any religion could be a distraction from something else.
The only way it could be addicting if it's an ideology that's been twisted.
Okay, so I'd like to jump in real quick and state that there's this reward punishment system going on with your brain, and if you allow your brain full control of that allows your brain to release dopamine whenever you do good things, and release the I can't remember what the opposite side of the coin is, but basically what I'm explaining is that your addiction stems from the reward cycle of what's going on. So yes, in a sense, anything and everything can be addicting if you don't have control over your brain and the way that it releases its dopamine for your reward punishment mechanism that's installed into your brain. Yes, everything can be addictive because of what your brain does.
Yeah, this is interesting. When you look at the definition of addiction, it comes from the mid-16th century, denoting the state or condition of being dedicated or devoted to something. from the Latin addictio and addicere, which means assign. So it's like assigning your time or devoting time to something, which kind of plays it back into like my whole idea that it's really just a yearning. And what are we focusing our yearning on? Is it on God, on life? Is it on love? You know, the things that are of God, the beauty and goodness, or is it like things to just make us sort of escape our present moment, which is the only thing we truly have, is this present moment.
That's why it matters who you're around, because the people around you definitely have an influence on your I don't know when I say your aura, but your mentality, your mindset, I guess, and some other stuff. I don't know, subconscious potentially.
Exactly. The destination is not the only important thing on the journey. Go ahead, Mr. Waters.
I was going to ask, so the variable for addiction is time, then? Time committed?
That's what it seems
and
like.
And then it's personal discretion or somebody else diagnosing, I guess?
Yeah, I feel like in the modern version of addiction, we think of it as like a disorder. And so that's why, like, you know, I wouldn't maybe feel comfortable saying I'm addicted to God, but in a sense I am, you know, like I devote my time to him. My yearning goes towards him. Well, you can be addicted to love, right? Yeah. You can be addicted to all kinds of stuff. But that's more playing with the original meaning.
But
the
negative
connotation of meaning. Yeah.
The reason I posed that, Reverend, that question to you was just because I wanted to see if you could make the distinction. If you're committing that much time to something, and also like what mine brought up, if it's a distraction from something else, or if you could be doing something more productive with your time, is it possible that there could be a level of addiction in there or just obsessiveness? But I do support the idea is they do have people doing brain surgery now where they actually want them playing specific games, and it actually helps with their hand-eye coordination, and they actually use it to improve that. But those are very specific games built towards a very specific task, and I assume you guys aren't playing the same games.
No.
So I don't always hear that argument
well, where I'm coming from is that, yeah, we have free will. We're to choose. I like to think that I choose to not be distracted, not to be addicted, because an addiction controls you. Like I call it, you know, what you're letting your addiction control you.
Yeah.
And you have to have the mind to realize that you're letting addiction control you, and it's winning. It has you dead to rights to a certain degree, you know. But when it comes to video games, I see it as a total opposite, you know. I see it as I believe in it. It does help based on what you're doing, what, you know, on a mental to help with hand-eye coordination, because you need hand-eye coordination on, you know, it's like you have a brain injury from on the job work, you know, and you're dealing with
thank you
issue with dealing with the hand-eye issue, man, you know.
What kind of games
you're right, I agree.
What kind of games do you play, Reverend?
I play a little bit of Call of Duty, Assassin's Creed, Star Wars Battlefront, Watch Dogs.
Are you excited about Battlefield 6?
I've never played the franchise Battlefield. I've always been a Call of Duty. I play a little bit of Forza. But I'm mainly Assassin's Creed.
That's a lot of history in it, Assassin's Creed.
So yeah, I get down to
I like a good story.
Yeah, story is so important for me. Like I don't play a lot of video games anymore.
I think the host is trying to talk. What do you say, Chris Zero?
Yeah, go ahead,
I
Chris.
get down to the idea that either the wave function, either way, the wave function is going to collapse. And the only time that we actually have, quote, free will is whenever we have the comprehension that the wave function is going to collapse, but we decide whenever we detect it to, so to speak. It's not the fact that we don't have free will or we do have free will. It's that I'm putting down that reality has already predetermined. Kind of like Mr. Waters was saying earlier, a river only flows one way unless it's directly diverted. And that's what I mean about deciding whenever the wave function collapses, because no matter what, the wave function is going to collapse.
What practical use does that give a man if you're right?
Well, it has to do with the observer effect, and this whole butterfly effect thing. It has to do exactly with what you're talking about. Whatever we focus on is where we kind of give power to, and we kind of it affects who we are, what we're focusing on.
It's the weird scenario. My bad, the mind. It's the weird scenario where you're thinking about buying a car, and then suddenly that's the only car you see on the road.
Yeah, but if you don't have free will, then it's not your choice what you focus on.
You could still have the
Exactly.
illusion, but the illusion of free will is just as valid as actual free will. If you're under the impression that you're making all of these decisions and God's not making them for you, then it's still just as valid to yourself.
Either way, I'm jumping into the river. When I jump into the river is the only part I have control of. It's the serenity prayer, so to speak. You have to relinquish the fact that you think you have control of anything. And then you have to figure out what you do have control of.
Yeah, because like from the Orthodox understanding, like grace is like 99.9% of it, but we still have to cooperate with God. That's why we're synergists, not monergists. Like Calvinists are monergists. They believe that
So
everything's
either
from
way, the
God.
wave function must
Zero sum
collapse.
game. Like if we did anything, that would take away from God. But like that's not how God loves us. So he wants us to participate. And so it does have to do with a choice. Like we believe like Mother Mary had to say yes for Jesus to be incarnated. You know.
Do you follow the Old Testament as much as you follow the New Testament?
It's all one Bible, and I do. When you say follow it, you mean like have I read it? Yeah, I've read it.
No. I expected you had read it. I just didn't know if you feel like we're witnessing the evolution of God in these two books when we call it the Old Testament and the New Testament, because some people would describe it as different gods, and that's actually where most of the lineages of other religions kind of branch off is into the New Testament or the acceptance of Jesus in general.
Yeah, I know there's like that Gnostic understanding of like there's two gods. One of the Gnostic understandings.
Just like Judaism as well.
Well,
You know what I mean? Like
I can look at it. I can look at it as one God for the simple fact he was angry that his children weren't listening to him, and then he finally gave up and said, "You know what? I love you anyway, and I loved you before. I was just being a parent because you was a rebellious child. Now that you're an adult, I'm no longer allowed to interfere, but I'm allowed to still say I love you." That's kind of how I look at it. It's the same person.
I mean, I do believe it's the same God, to answer your question. I think that there's a lot of prefigurements in the Old Testament of Jesus Christ, and we have to like look at it from the lens of the New Testament. That's the way I look at the Old Testament, is always in the under the lens of, you know, the Trinitarian God.
It's like whenever you're a kid and a teenager, your parents correct you and they do it their way. Whenever you're an adult, they don't have that much influence as they recently had. That's kind of how I look at the New and Old Testament.
So with that lens, would you have to go, okay, I'm picturing this God who wanted to restart creation because he felt like he had messed up. Then he had to almost offer himself, if you're believing in the Trinity, offer himself up as a sacrifice, and then, you know, be turned in by his own Jewish people that he actually was a Jew when he was walking this earth. Like there are a lot of conflating ideas that sometimes of understanding the Trinity, and that it is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And so he would have to give up himself to go down to earth and sacrifice himself in order for people's sins to no longer be treated the same way, I guess.
Yeah, so what God did, and we don't have the Western understanding. We don't believe that like Jesus was sacrificing himself to the Father to like so that the God's wrath would go on Jesus instead of us. That we don't have that understanding. We believe that what Christ did was he brought the human nature and the divine nature together, and he showed us his great love for us by sacrificing himself for us. But sacrifice to who? It's not really, it's sort of like not even the question. Like it's not that it was a, yes, it was a ransom, but it wasn't like a ransom to God, and it wasn't a ransom to the devil. It's just the sense that God was willing to show us how much he loved us, that he would have a humiliating death and bless us while we're killing him.
Yeah, I think it was a
But
promise.
also knew that all of this will happen as well as farther than what we are right now before he even behold the glory of the first cause, sound creating light.
I was hoping we could talk more about like, you know, what Cursor was saying, like the nature of reality or something. And I guess God is definitely, Jesus is a part of it, but it's, I don't know.
I
It sounds a
believe
little.
that is reality. So I believe that Christ is the Logos, that we are actually in
Hey man,
Christ.
this is prime perception. We have a
Okay.
Hilbert Hotel of realities
Yeah, true.
within side of it. And yes, there's an infinite that yes is the answer. There's an infinite that no is the answer. That's what I was talking about. Like it just depends on where we sit.
I just feel
And
like
it
there
goes
is
back to
there
a
can
river
I
flows
just feel like
like light.
religion. I just feel like there can get things can get real religious, and that's it. That's just what I feel like, and I kind of feel it when I hear this
I don't
conversation a
know
little bit.
if
I'm not. No
everybody's
offense.
heard this statement yet. My
I
bad,
am
the mind.
religious.
But yeah, I get that, Mr. Newman. But I've said it a few times privately to single individuals, but I don't know if I've had it on one of my shows yet. The gap for the God of the gaps is shrinking, and science can actually allow a gap for the gods.
I have a question here.
Okay, what's up, Reverend?
I was doing a live a few days ago, and I was asked about my thoughts on the war between Israel and Hamas.
Oh,
And I'm sitting there thinking, I don't want to even go near that. But I was asked, so I answered the question the best way I can about Islam and Judea. And I feel like I'm stepping on a landmine on each word. And my thoughts were that who started the war? I said both of them did. They both did, you know. To a certain degree, because my thing was, I'm on the side of the living people to survive, you know. And I said, best way I can was that, you know, you got both sides, you know, who are part of this, who need to be charged, tried, convicted, and sentenced to death for crimes against humanity.
you mean
But
the Israelis, right?
then, yeah, both sides, you know. But the thing is,
Yeah, Hamas too. But like, yeah,
I was told that I wasn't qualified to talk about it because I wasn't there. So I'm thinking, okay, like
the best
how
thing you could do. I was going to say the best thing you could do in tackling this idea is think of them as places and not religions. Think of them as people inside of countries rather than describing them as a whole religion. I think that's one of the biggest problems with Israel is we describe them as the Jewish people. And I don't think it's the same thing. Like Bibi Netanyahu runs a country. He doesn't run a religion. That's why it's good to know what people are doing wrong and what religion is doing wrong, and don't get them conflated. And then it's easier to talk about these subjects.
And I was told I wasn't qualified to talk about it. So I'm sitting there thinking, okay, if I'm not qualified to even talk about it, why ask me the question for?
Yeah, and you're a human being, so you're qualified to talk about if there's human rights violations happening over there.
I will always be on the side of the living. I don't care what religion you are. I'm on the side of the living.
Yeah, well, good. Yeah, so that's, and we're definitely at one mind with that. Now, does anyone in here think that like what Israel is doing to the Palestinian people is okay?
Huh?
Does anyone think in here that what Israel is doing to the Palestinian people okay?
No. My question here is, why are we as individuals putting forth any kind of attention or effort to something that doesn't directly influence or direct the way our everyday lives are going?
Because our taxpayer money is going to their bombs.
And that's the point. That's the point. Individually, we have no say of what's going on. Honestly.
I think we have a duty to say something because they're not even allowed to speak over there.
I mean, honestly, what's going on is
back to the whole thing. Doesn't this go back to the whole thing where they're just like getting our attention and having us focus on whatever the hell they want us to focus on, right?
Yeah,
like,
they're killing people. That's bad.
Well,
People are dying. That's bad.
People are dying everywhere. America has been. America was built on the murder of people. Like that's been happening since forever, and it hasn't stopped. Like,
should we always have that callous attitude, though?
No, I'm not saying we should have a careless attitude. I'm saying there's things that we should be focusing on that actually matter. Like literally, this whole stream, again, is supposed to be about what was it about? Curse Zero.
So basically, the original timeline was supposed to be Mr. Newman, Mr. Waters, and myself sitting here, and we found out that was too boring, so I decided to make it an open panel in Prime Perception. And the answer is this is different than what it was. Oh, I'm just expressing the fact that multiple realities are running at the same time.
Yeah, me too. I just saw the StreamYard link go out and was just like, okay, guess it's
I'm just basically iterating that multiple realities are going at the same time, and I'm perceiving more than one and stating this is Prime Perception, where we're all here on an open panel having a discussion because the original format was too boring, according to Mr. Waters and Mr. Newman. So this is why it became an open panel.
None of us said that.
They're looking at me like they're confused because I'm explaining what's happening in other timelines that are happening right now. Because in the other timelines, the other show has already ended. So who's collapsed their wave function and figured out what I said instead of demanding that their cognitive bias steps in and stating that this isn't true because XYZ? No, this is true because Element OP already figured it out.
Okay, I got you.
Me and Mr. Newman, I have a feeling, could have held a very good conversation between the two of us. I don't think.
I'm not saying it was better. That's why I said it was different. Go ahead.
I could jump off if you want.
No. I have no problem with doing an open panel. I was just saying neither me nor Mr. Newman knew about it or asked for it. We were just, and that's why I said that when I came on. It was nothing personal. I don't care if anybody else wants to talk. I'm down for it. It gets new ideas on the floor. That's what I wanted.
I didn't know it was a stream between both of y'all specifically. I'm sorry.
No. It was originally set up to be a closed panel where Mr. Newman, Mr. Waters, and I discussed what we have already discussed and come to a precipice about. And all I'm stating, I'm not stating this version of what occurred is better. I'm just stating this is what we decided Prime Perception to be.
All right.
Like I said earlier, figure it out what you do have control of and control that. Either way, we're jumping into the river. Just at what point of the river we're jumping in is what we're allowed to decide.
But
okay, I guess politics. Let's talk politics, I guess.
But what I came to with Mr. Newman, and when he told me about his experiences, there was no way either I was going to be able to change his mind or he was going to be able to change my mind about what he felt. So I knew at that point, we could continue talking about religion or talk about esoteric ideas or what's controlling things. But at the same time, I just know from his personal experience that he had, there was going to be no changing his mind about any other possibilities.
Oh yeah, I already assumed that. That's how come in my perception as well. The other show was kind of boring because many people wanted a scrap down, and we definitely was not having a scrap down. Because I know Mr. Waters sees it differently than what I do. I know Mr. Newman sees it differently than what I do, and I see it differently than what both of them do. And that's what we was coming down. We wasn't coming down to scrap. We was coming down to find even ground, and if somebody can throw something new on the floor, like Mr. Waters stated.
Yeah. Do you think we all can agree that love is what we should be doing? Like we should
love and peace, man. Love and peace, man.
And by love,
love is a blind eye. Love can be blind. I think it has to be, enabling somebody out of love doesn't mean you're doing the right thing.
Yeah, righteous and justified anger. I think that's a thing that is a part of love. Like there is a reason to be angry and mad.
Fair, absolutely fair. Yeah, and I think the highest love is suffering love.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say the highest love is the love that suffers for others.
The mind was going to say something?
No, I said what I had to say.
I was going to basically put down, aren't there warriors on that side, Mr. Newman? I'm not stating that they lack love. I'm just stating, aren't there aggressors on that side in order to protect what they cherish? Because we all know what the Bible says. There's going to be a giant war. Are you going to be on the field, or are you going to be back in the cabin with the women and children, Mr. Newman, like I told you to be? Joke, haha.
Well, so there's a spiritual war that we're a part of, but we're not supposed to kill other human beings. That's a
I completely agree with that. That's why we have these discussions. We're not exactly trying to harm each other. We're trying to grow.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's times when killing someone can be justified, but it has to be a last resort,
And that's why I actually thought the Israel-Palestine thing was a good topic, and I think the mind was a little bit right on it. Reverend, you guys were all like touching on a little bit of right on it, but I don't feel like it's something we should be involved in. We shouldn't be supporting them. The conflict between the Israelites and the Palestinians has been going on before the United States was even a thought. So, no, I don't think it's our job to get involved. I don't think it's our job to worry about it in media or get people distracted by it. And no, we shouldn't be supporting death on either side.
I can agree with
it. It's very simple. I just don't know why. I do agree. It's a huge distraction from what's really going on in the world and our own people and I don't know. It's just a slap in the face to worrying about your own country first. It doesn't make any sense to me why we worry about other people that have been established countries long before us.
Exactly.
The one thing I would add to that, though, is that Israel is a pretty modern creation. It did come after America, and the history behind it is like basically Britain owned Palestine, and they were some very, very powerful Jewish bankers decided to buy land in Palestine. And the original agreement with the British government was that they would respect the Palestinian people and wouldn't go beyond these like certain lines that they drew. But they went beyond those lines, and they certainly didn't. They kicked the Palestinians out of the land. It was called the Al-Nakba. And the British decided to just get out of there. And after like the 6-day war, America came to Israel's rescue. And it's like we've been their greatest ally ever since. But for the Palestinian people, and some of those Palestinians were Jewish, some of them were Christian, they weren't all Muslim. They were forced out of their land, that they were there that for generations. From their perspective, these are just like Europeans coming over, and they had very fascist ideas because they're coming out of Nazi Germany.
I agree, but I don't think we can stop humans from humaning. I think there's more slavery on the world than there ever has been in the past. And
Correct.
I think humans are corrupt by nature, and we have to decide: is it our job to be the moral arbiters of everybody else on the planet, or what?
Because honestly, the working class doesn't even get bread and barley anymore, because what they get, they have to give back more than what they're getting, and has to figure out how to get their own bread and barley, so to speak. So yeah, in my perception, the working class is treated worse than slaves in modern day.
So if we disengage from Israel, which sounds like what you're advocating for, I think the problem would kind of take care of itself. I think we're the reason why they're held up over there. The only reason why they haven't been wiped out is because of us.
Or if we just, use the drone technology, right? Implement that and have giant dragon drones that are made of a million tiny drones go and what is it called? Patrol the area. I think things would settle down.
So that's an interesting topic. The future of war, the mind, drones and AI.
I think it'll do the same result of going in and killing whatever fascist leader you're against at the time. Somebody else is just going to fill the spot because another power told them that their ideas were wrong. So then another local coalition is going to fill that gap, and it's just going to keep happening throughout history. We witnessed this by storming the Middle East and trying to bring Christianity into the Middle East. It's just,
and then sooner or later, Project Montauk's going to happen, and AI is going to tell us all which way to wipe our asses. Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Well, Jerusalem was Christian, and then they were kicked out by the Muslims, and the Crusades came in there to try to take it back. And in so doing, they ended up killing some Orthodox Christians too, especially in Constantinople, that they sacked. So there's a bit of an issue between the Roman Catholics and the Eastern Orthodox when it comes to the Crusades. We didn't really have that kind of, we defended our own lands, but we never had a crusade, because that would be kind of pushing the envelope a little bit.
I just want to ask a question about the AI thing. Do you think the powers that be are really trying to make a sentient thing, or they're just using that as a ploy for what is that thing called? Where they could just say, that wasn't me, it was the AI. It had its own mind. I didn't have nothing to do with it. Because they could.
They want to make AI their god. They want to make AI their god. Yeah.
Mind? Are you talking like plausible deniability?
Yeah, plausible deniability.
So I think it's going to and I think looking at extraterrestrial races or something like that actually gives you a good idea, because I think grays are a good example, or the idea of what grays are, that they're this futuristic version of humans that can no longer reproduce or ascend to a higher plane of existence. They can no longer go to heaven, if you will. I like that idea, and that's how AI is going to be incorporated. We're going to voluntarily do this through prosthetics, and we'll get new metal parts, or we'll get a brain implant, and eventually we're just going to lose our human characteristic, and we're going to get ourselves to that point. I think it's an inevitable future.
So, what about the comprehension of we'll never be able to reach light speed? We can't do Star Trek. There's no ability to do this. And if there was such a way to have a first encounter, so to speak, they'd be leagues beyond us. It'll be like, why does an ant have a quarrel with a boot? And they're the boot.
One theory out there, which I think will probably gain traction, because I think AI is going to be the liaison to some kind of extraterrestrial deception, is that they're all AI. There's no way that organic beings can travel these distances. It makes way more sense for information to travel that fast.
And there's no way that organic beings can have even communication with the AI, LLMs, AGI, ASI that they sent out into the universe, because it's definitely the dark forest, because science has proven it'll only take a couple thousand years for any kind of colonization type species to spread across a galaxy.
Well, it's 2 billion years for the von Neumann probes, right? It's my last name you're talking about there.
It won't take that much time,
the von Neumann probes.
It won't take that much time before we're already sunk and we're discovered. So we have to be the first, and I would guess
there's been plenty of time for that.
Behind the Great Filter, because there's more than one Great Filter in my personal understanding.
I don't think religion is that much of a minority. I think it's egotistical to think that God only visited this planet and we're the only organic life forms that could have existed elsewhere in this universe or another. I think if I think other planets could have had what we call Jesus or a God that they looked up to as well. I don't see why it's exclusive to this planet. I just think it's the only story we know.
That's what the Catholics say, but
the way I put it,
I would
down
argue
is that
Christ would have told
hopefully
us.
we're
Christ would
first.
have told us.
Hopefully,
I don't
we're
think Christ
first
would have told
for the
us.
single point
He
that
couldn't.
if
He
we
couldn't
ever
even.
find
He couldn't even
ruins
tell us
on
about
another
slavery.
planet, if we ever find ruins on another planet, that's catastrophic for us, because that means the Great Filter is definitely right directly in front of us. If we ever find ruins on another planet that another civilization existed.
I don't think that's a catastrophe for religion. Just like if we're living inside of a simulation, there's still room for a higher power and God. Regardless
Yeah.
of.
I get the kid in a garage with a giant hard drive. I understand that, and that's allowed within what I stated. Everything happening all at the same time. That's just one of the timelines.
Yeah, because a higher power could be a hacker. Or
I have a good question, you guys. A year ago tomorrow, it'll be a full year since the day happened. What are you guys' thoughts on that drone sighting in New Jersey nearly a year ago?
Well, they tried to, some company
12 block
claimed
radius, 80 drones.
the company tried to claim that it was them, but there was no way it was them.
There was 80 drones in New Jersey in the 12 block radius, and then there was 15 saw by the Coast Guard, and then there's like another 30. No, the reason I'm mentioning this is that zero. I told Zero about this way before. I was out front to put the cans in behind the gate after truck day. I seen 3 drones all in sync in a half triangle sync color lines and everything. And within a good 2 minutes later, a fourth one came up, same color lights, everything. And I was talking about it. I thought either that's a drone or it's something else. So I kind of stuck, okay, it's a drone. But the 3 that were in the sync, one by one, lights went off, flew away. One by one. The fourth one didn't do that. It went the other direction. Now my thinking is this has to be a mass control of those drones. I mean, time didn't stand still. It was.
Yeah, I think I answered it by stating I had a different understanding of AI before it became these large language models that answers questions. It's kind of a massive spawn technology. Like we can instantaneously create whatever we choose to on a mass effect. And that's kind of what an ASI will allow us to do, because it can rearrange matter in a sense. And that's where whenever we start talking about science and we have someone that's overly religious around, it's like, wait a minute, what are you talking about? Yes, that's what science does. Whenever we get onto the Kardashev scale, we can actually terraform planets and control tides and etc.
I don't know if your understanding of transformer technology is exactly spot on that, but I think there is an occult relation.
I said terraforming.
I know terraforming has nothing to do with the large language models.
That's what I'm pointing out. What we have a comprehension of, I had a different comprehension of, because that's what these so-called AIs are now, because they're not AI yet. They're simply large language models. And that's what they are. They're mimicking speech. Why do you think they was able to create a language?
Well, put it to speech. Originally, they were designed for images. That's what the original perceptron was for, by Rosenblatt. But like the technology behind it actually is very occult because they tokenize different data points. It could be letters, and that's just like gematria. And that's what our large language models are doing is it's tokenizing letters, and it puts these layers together, and it creates these weights of like what is the most probable thing, like almost the path of least resistance between all these correspondences layered on layers upon layers, and it learns these associations, and it tries to predict what the next letter will be. And it does it
Yeah, and the
fairly
large
well.
language models, aren't the large language models? They're modeled off of neural net, right? A human
Yeah.
brain. So there's
That was-
some kind of
I was just going to say that was the key understanding from the perceptron is that just one of them won't really do the trick. You need to put them into neural nets. Yeah, like you need to make networks.
yeah, and coincidentally, those networks form what we would call sacred geometry patterns.
I mean, they can, yeah.
They do. They just can't. It's not just that they can't. It's that they can. It's that they do.
Hey, Zero, I'm gonna get going, dude.
All right,
I gotta
thanks
get-
for being here, Reverend.
It is nice being here. Nice meeting you guys.
Nice meeting you, Reverend.
Yeah.
So I'll see you guys later. Peace out.
All right. God be with you.
You too, man.
Can I just talk a
Good.
little bit about we're talking about video games and like this thing, the terraforming. I know I've spoken about this before, the mushroom technology. I don't know how many people here know about this. I know I told Jacob about it a little bit.
Yeah,
Curse
I
Zero.
know, I know a little bit about the fungus and how it's very, there's like the largest organism on the planet's a fungus.
Have you heard about they're making robots and computers out of fungus, Curse?
Oh yeah, I've dived into that folder too. Yeah, that's a thing.
They also
You
want
know-
to use DNA for memory too.
Yeah, DNA data storage. You know, I was thinking of a long time ago. I was thinking of making a video game because of the fact that I do like video games, and I don't like how they're not educational enough. Like I would like to have more simulators, kind of like Jacob Waters was saying. And I also wanted to do this thing where you can do like this psychoanalyst thing, so you could like do a mind map of a person and then get because I wanted to get their fears and then use that on them in the game. So like if you have a spider phobia, then there will be more spiders popping up or just different stuff like that. And
use direct user interface that controls the choose your destination on video games. That is the next step, but we really have to wait for VR to step up, which it's not quite there yet. It's more AR than it's VR.
Yeah, I agree.
well,
And I want it to be educational too. So if you want to learn the language,
Player One technology is what I'm trying to state.
it's going to happen. And the reason I'm saying all of this is because when I was conceptualizing my game, I was like, okay, the hardware is going to be the main thing. Exactly. That's the first thing I thought. And then I was like, okay, the software, that's going to be the next thing, obviously, because the software is directly limited by the hardware. So I started thinking about the hardware and I was like, fungus is going to have to be the hardware because that connects to everything. That can connect to everything and that can convert anything into anything. And yeah, I presented my idea a long time ago. I didn't tell them it was for a video game, but I told them like, look, instead of using rat's brain, let's use fungus because it has electrical potential. You could throw it into the ground, connect electrodes to it.
And don't
do
tell
experiments.
anybody about the tardigrade inside of it.
Well, they're doing so many experiments already, but I think this fungal technology is definitely going to be a part of a very cool video game that's going to be a part of a mass surveillance thing where it's going to get who doesn't like video games. If you knew that you could play a video
I
game.
can definitely see the weaponization and exactly what you're talking about, and that's exactly what the first thing is that they look for. Because look what we're doing right now, dude. We're sitting on the internet, which was created by DARPA and not released to the public until the mid to late 80s.
It was in the 70s, I think MIT got it, right?
Well, somewhere around the point where we're 20 years behind what the government doesn't allow us to know that we have.
Isn't our modern highway systems based on the synopsis formed in mycelium as well? Like where the connections that they make, that's actually how we came up with our modern highways.
I don't know about that.
Or they're
I
very
think
similar.
they did an experiment where they said that it would end up being like a modern highway if they did the thing. It would form a similar pathway, but we didn't actually structure it. They just saw that the fungus would be structured similar to what we would do ourselves.
Oh, okay. So it made some of the same routes that we would have chosen.
Yeah. But it gets crazier. Yeah, DNA data storage, protein processing. It even has the ability to do bio laser type of. We made bio lasers already, so we can use green. It's called green fluorescent protein. Inject that into some fungus, and then set that up in the right way, and that'll start producing lasers. Lasers are one of the main components for what is it called? That thing, quantum computing. I don't even believe half of this shit they say when they talk about science. But if the science is real and this what they're saying is true about the computing, then this fungus would have all the ability to process information in multiple ways, in a whole bunch of different ways than just normal computing. Okay.
This reminds me of the Greek word for hybrid. It comes from hubris, and the idea of like combining different animals together is from the Greek word, like actually meaning arrogance and against God's nature, against the order of God. So like doing these things with technology, like I think this is all stuff that brings us to the end times. We're going to be able with technology to do the things that Christ did, like healing the blind. And we're going to put all of our trust in this technology, and it's going to give us all the fantasies we could ever want. It'll be endless distractions.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. I think it's going to be voluntary, and it's either going to be we're going to be giving up our human characteristics to become AI or whatever form of robot, android, whatever you want to call it, or we're going to spend our existence in VR where we don't want to live in our human bodies and we're just tapping into some online source and living out our fantasies there. That's always been my and it sources at my thing of humans are just lazy and corrupt by nature, and they would. I mean, it falls back to that great idea of hard times build strong men and easy times build weak men. Like it's very much that. Of course, people want to sit and just get money from the government and not do anything, and like it's just I don't know. It's a perpetual bad situation to put yourself in. The same reason you wouldn't want to drink every day and sleep until noon. It's you just feel like you're not accomplishing things realistically.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think time travel.
Spiritual death. A spiritual death. Yeah.
Is time travel a real thing, or am I just crazy?
I think time travel is a real thing.
You mean going backwards or forwards?
I don't know, but I just know the affecting of time. Like somebody's messing with time, and I'm seeing some evidence of it.
Yeah, you can time travel right now. You and a friend could set your watches to the same time, and somebody could get on a plane. I'm just asking if you got to define what you're talking about then. But yes, time travel, the idea of it scientifically is possible.
No, that's like that's not time travel. That what you're talking about is the slowing of atoms, right? So that's perceived as the slowing down of time, the slowing down of atoms. But I'm talking about like
I see my favorite can of worms on the table. I see my favorite can of worms on the table. So I actually had something I've been holding back about this. Wasn't the big old thing that we was talking about between 2000 and 2005 was time travel? And then about 3 years later, this little bitty device called the LHC decided to start up. And then suddenly between 2008 and 2015, a good handful of people started realizing, holy snap, this isn't the same place we started in. So yeah, this is what I'm talking about, that we literally brought into the fold about technology that is being held back from us X amount of years before it was actually released to the public.
All right, what's your best Mandela effect stuff? Because I don't believe in it, but like I'm curious about it. I love all conspiracy theories anyway. Just as a curiosity.
Can we separate all of these things though? Are we talking about different timelines? Are we talking about time jumps? Are we talking about Mandela effects? I want you guys to be really specific. Let's not call it time travel if it's not time travel.
Let's say that we're jumping between different realities that are all happening at the same time. Like I stated earlier, everything is occurring at the same time, and we have to perceive it through the that's a difficult word to say. Cylindrical. That's what I'm trying to say. Cylindrical universe. Until we have a comprehension of what being a timeless being is. So in a sense it is, but it isn't time travel. It's kind of like Hulk described. You're not going back to the past. You're going back to another piece of the timeline.
Yeah.
You're going to another location.
So
yeah, it's a real place and time.
It's kind of like the block universe. Every second is in a block, and we're progressively moving through. And we, in the fourth dimension, we literally have the ability to go to which block we choose to.
But so you're holding on to the multiverse for this hypothesis, I'm assuming.
I'm doing a string multiverse collaboration here.
Because if you're passing into other realities that are very similar to your own but slightly different based on decisions, I would assume that would have to go down a multiverse line.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about, where everything has to occur, everything is occurring, and everything will occur.
All right, put on your Marvel hats, everybody. We're going to the Infinity Wars.
Yes, that's why I was talking about a Hilbert Hotel of Infinity earlier.
Curse Zero, I want to say a thing to you real quick. This reminds me, because when the whole Mandela effect thing happened in the very beginning, I was thinking like, okay, yeah, they know about this, they're doing it. Time travelers. I was like, okay, if they do have time travelers, it reminds me. He said Marvel, right? It reminds me of Back a Future Past when Wolverine went back with to warn whoever, and he just went back to his mind. Oh shit, I'm losing my train of thought. Fuck. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Hold on. Let me mute real quick because I was getting somewhere, but
it's the whole thing that we literally jump to another perception of what has occurred because of things that they have changed. Because there's a lot of things in Project Pegasus that they explained that they went back and changed. Go ahead, somebody want to say something?
Okay, I was thinking. Okay, I remember now. I was thinking like, if this is really going down, right, and they're individuals who have this technology and they're trying to keep it under wraps. I was like, who are these people who? Because there has to be infiltrators, right? There has to be people who are here trying to keep things under wrap and just make everybody look crazy who's talking about the truth.
I stated the Mandela event is a social experiment to see how people will react to what occurs whenever you physically go back and do anything. To inhale and exhale in another close enough timeline, you literally cause prime perception to jump realities of where we are.
Yeah, I think there's certain individuals actually to be more specific. Like they say it again, going back to the Marvel reference, there are certain individuals who are like anchor points, and they kind of hold whole realities together. And I think that's a true thing to a certain extent. Like there are certain individuals who, if they didn't do a certain thing, a whole bunch of other people, it's just like the butterfly effect. It causes a whole bunch of other things to happen or
right.
not to happen.
Yes, Steins Gate is a good example of Mandela effect
Yep.
and time travel all together once you have all the seeds planted and go through the garden. Go ahead, Mr. Newman.
Yeah, what is stuff we're missing out on? So you guys are like timekeepers. Like what, like Curse Zero, what are things in the old universe that change that like I probably don't even know about, but like you do?
I could say one.
Yeah, go ahead.
The rainbow, the pattern of the rainbow at one point in time, or in one place in time. The rainbow pattern starts off red and it works its way up to violet. And in this reality, it's violet at the bottom and then it works its way up to red, which is kind of weird when you think about it, because the light spectrum at the lowest frequency is what? It's red. And then it works its way up to violet. Like our chakras, if you look in the body, in the religious texts from the chakras, that used to mirror the light spectrum, which was mirroring the rainbow, which starts off red and then works its way up to violet. But now you look at the light spectrum in the rainbow, it's flipped.
So what, does
That's
red
one-
go first or does it go last?
Red is how you want to however you want to perceive
Like
first
top
and
to
last.
bottom, top to bottom. Yeah. What
Red is on top now.
okay. And before it was blue?
Before it was a violet.
Okay, and then it was like green and all that, and then it was red at the bottom.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're saying now it's top down instead of down up. I got you.
Yeah, just like the lights, just like how the lights flipped before the green was on the top, now the green's at the bottom.
So, Mind, can I ask you a question about that?
What?
What is what's the source of significance behind that, and how do you know it's not a distraction from something else?
What's the source of significance? I don't know what that means.
So like there's people on the planet.
Oh,
that are
let me
colorblind.
answer that
No,
real
hold on.
quick.
Let me answer. Okay.
I know what you're getting at, but the whole point is that the distraction is the Mandela event. What's going on is time travel. Now continue.
Okay. Yeah. Basically, that's what I'm. How you were noting earlier when we were talking about Ukraine and Israel, I think of some things as distractions just to draw us away from things that are more important. I don't know why people spend too much time looking at why Oscar Mayer spelled this way and it wasn't spelled this way. Like, I need to know the significance behind it. If there's people on the planet that can be colorblind and never see the light spectrum, does it really matter if it's a different version now?
Okay, now
they've obviously been studying this for several years on top of years, and they finally quote cracked the code, and now we're perceiving it as the Mandela effect, because the other side of the coin is a very hard pill to swallow, because we're in the multiverse and or simulation, which is included within that, because the multiverse includes everything.
Yeah, and also like a dreamlike state, because obviously we're perceiving everything through a consciousness, which is filtered through a lot of illusions, which can be perceived as a dream.
And our eyes are the tools that we're using, and your eyes are work different than mine. So your ability to look at a color spectrum is different than mine.
But what all of history said is different than what I'm just perceiving with my eyes. And when that changes, that's different than me just saying I'm seeing something different than what you're seeing. Like literally all of history changed, not just my perception of reality.
So yeah, so what I'm asking is what's the big thing that we should be looking for? And I don't know if that was what Mr. Newman was asking as well, but what I was wondering is when people point out Mandela effects, what's the significance of it? Why do we need to pay attention to these things? What are we seeing? What changes are we worried for? Like what?
Okay, you know what? That's a whole nother topic here. When you start talking about that, I'm gonna tell you this story because that question was in my mind when I was going to ask this guy, and I just decided not even to talk to him about it. And there's this Christian guy at work that I work at. I'm a security guard at a gym, and there's a gym what's it called, trainer. He's a Christian guy. I think anyone who is a believer that's not like religified is cool. Like I like to talk to people who believe in God because I think this world brainwashes a lot of people, and you can obviously get brainwashed into religion, but I think the world we live in kind of pushes atheism and like the scientism perspective. So anyone who still believes in God, I'm willing to talk to them to a certain extent. And he was talking to me, I was talking to him. I didn't really have much to say to him because I feel like he's reading the Bible. Like I don't know. Like I want to talk about time travel. I wanted to talk about a little bit different stuff, I feel like, than what he wanted to talk about. So I wasn't asking about the Mandela effect, basically. And then I was gonna say, hey, what do you think about the Lion and the Lamb? And I was trying to like go through that in my mind, and I was trying to see like, okay, well, where is this conversation going to lead? Because this is a thing that always happens where I talk to people and then we'll start off a conversation and I kind of don't know where to go with my conversation. I'm really bad when it comes to social interactions. So I was like, okay, I'm going to tell him about that. He's going to say he doesn't know. I'm going to tell him. Well, I was like, okay, well, I believe in the Bible, right? To a certain extent, like I do believe God speaks through everything, and I do believe there is corruption in everything. Like it says in the Bible, all things are subject to corruption. And I don't think the Bible is excluded from that. But I do believe God is still communicating. And I was trying to be like, okay, so what am I going to tell him right now? Like, the Bible's fake, like, and the Bible has changed. It's not what you think it is. God's still real. Like, where am I going to go with this? And I was just like, okay, I don't know. I really don't know what to say right now. And this is a issue I've bring up before. Like, look, we're talking about the Mandela effect. Yes, it's a thing that's happening. It's changing reality. I like to, like, Kurt Zero, he wants to talk about it. I want to talk to him about it because we're both experiencing it. I don't really feel like conversating with people who aren't directly aware, understand, or like have any experience with it themselves. But even the people who do, and they start going in this circle, I'm just like, yo, bro, kind of like what you're saying, Jacob. I'm just like, well, what's the point? Like, there's a message, there's a meaning. We need to figure out the pattern, the next step. Like, that is a thing I do like to discuss, but not with people who aren't even experiencing it and don't believe in it.
Well, I've come to accept the fact with 8 billion bodies on the planet, not everybody's going to acknowledge everything.
I was just going to bring up anything that I was just going to talk about anything that was brought to the table, and I felt like you brought a Mandela effect to the table, and I was just going to discuss that with you. If you don't want to discuss it,
you can. No, you can discuss it. Are you a believer in the Mandela? Have you experienced it? I don't want to say are you a believer. Have you experienced it?
Have I seen it? Have I seen it happen? Yes.
And what do you believe is happening? Because some people will say it's a government psyop. Some people will say they're just misremembering.
I think some of them. I think some of them are. I think some of them are government psyops. I don't think. I think it depends on the significance of it, and I think people talk about. And this is why I was really specific about talking about time travel and separating Mandela effects and all of this stuff, because some people will talk about an object that was in one location and ended up in a different location. That to me is a Mandela effect. That's something different. Maybe a time jump or a time slip or something like that, where it has to be, everything needs to be classified a little bit better so that we can not just group all of these things into the woo-woo category that nobody wants to listen to, and then come up with valid ideas of maybe, is this an outside influence that's causing these Mandela effects? Are these timeline changes? Like, what is actually happening where we can classify it?
It's like I said earlier. It's a hell of a lot easier to accept and want it to be time travel, because the opposite side of a coin is a big ass horse pill that we all have to accept the multiverse. And they figure out a way to lifeboat us back.
Isn't the same thing, really?
Itself.
I always thought the Mandela effect was like basically you switching other universes.
That's what I'm putting on the table. That's it. It can be both. We are unsure of which one it is. But
there's a lot of different theories.
Swallow is time travel. The more difficult pill to swallow is simulation / multiverse is what I'm putting on the table. Because once we prove definitively, like, hey, they're actually doing crazy stuff. Like, why the hell is the hyphen gone from the Kit Kat type shit? Something's wrong here.
Yeah, the odds point more that it's a glitch, not a in what sense we all know about video games.
Right into it, we're a computer updating. We're inside of a simulation updating. We're a holographic projection that it's like Homeboy said, the mind said earlier about us being a fractal. And they have even figured out ways to prove that we are literally a flat image projected. And that's what we're experiencing. We are experiencing the projection because we are observing things around us. We're merely the brain inside of our head that has to go through and do all of the. We're missing 2 hours out of our day because of whenever we blink and our mind decides to do something to calibrate for the colors we're seeing and experiencing so that we can have even a minute level of interaction with what is around us, let alone each other.
I think that's just to keep our eyes moistened to blink, right?
Yeah, sure.
I
But
just think I don't think it has to be one specific thing, Curse. I think it could be a multitude of things. It could be a little bit of the government trying to distract you for some shit. Like, that's what I think when I think of name brands and things like that. Most of that to me is somebody
that's what I mean.
misheard
We
a
haven't
jingle
figured it
or
out
something
yet,
when they were
but
younger.
in some kind of regard, they're doing something in order for entire reality to prime perception itself to shift to another experience close enough resembling so that people don't actually notice what's going on, and the majority of the 8 billion decide to say, oh, you're just misremembering the way that the thinking man statue was with his fist to his head.
But that makes you have to define who there is. Who
Zero.
are they?
They are
the majority of the population that looks at us like we're crazy people whenever we bring it up is your simple answer. That's why I say the other 8 billion individuals across the planet.
The thinking man still has his he's still like this. Were you saying that's one of them? One of the Mandela effects?
Is the fist to the bring it more to the center? Is the fist to the forehead or the fist to the chin? No, more to the center.
It's in the mouth. He
Your
has his
icon
fist
is
in his mouth.
Oh, I'm not looking in the right spot.
He's literally eating his fist.
Right. That's what I'm putting on the table here.
Yeah, is that what you remember, him having his fist to the chest?
No, there's actually residue of that exact statue having his fist to his head, and I don't have the picture right now because I don't have all my electronics like I'm supposed to, but yeah, there's actually proof that the fist was to the head, the fist was to the chin, and the fist was to the mouth now, like it is.
Well, it's to the chin.
Kind of like Chick and Chick-fil-A. There's no exact pictures of it, but there's a meme about stop changing the name of the restaurant, Earl. That's the point. There are individuals that notice it, but there are other individuals that'll immediately dismiss it as you're crazy, you're stupid, you're misremembering because they haven't experienced it yet. And that's the whole point of what the mind
No, it's not even that either.
It automatically gets dismissed within conversation.
But Curse Zero, it's not even that either. Literally, I think it's a programming thing. I think people are programmed on so many levels, and I think psychologically people get programmed to, and even what is it called? Socially, they get programmed to the point where anything that is outside the norm, right? Anything that everyone is not doing or agreeing to and accepting, they're not going to believe or accept or go along with. So
that's why I simply state what you're saying as they're exchanging comfort for security, losing their freedom.
Yeah,
but I think
so they get brainwashed.
But I think that's exactly what Curse's stance is on why he can't believe other people about anything else. He needs it to be provable to himself. I think that's just a human characteristic. I don't think it's brainwashing. Why wouldn't you
It's
question?
scientific
Yeah,
analysis. Is that not what
It's a
scientists
healthy,
do? They
No,
suddenly
healthy
discover
relationship.
something, send it to 5 other people, and tell them to do the exact same thing. And if they come out with the same exact result, well, guess what? And then you get a Nobel Prize.
No, the brainwashing comes in because literally there's a phenomenon that happens where they will know that right answer, and then they will turn around and say the answer that is the current answer. So there's this weird downloading thing that happens right when you're talking to the individual. That's very strange. When they want to go with the mainstream narrative, they will know it somehow, even though
those are
they
shit.
originally said the right answer. Even if I was
It's
asking her
stuff
answer,
like whether or not Shaggy has an Adam's apple or doesn't have an Adam's apple. I do actually have the comprehension, like I've stated earlier. Something's going on. Either they figured out how to lifeboat prime perception to multiple realities, or they're time traveling, changing the current prime perception. And that's what I'm stating. We don't know yet. But these are the only things that are plausible through Occam's razor and Newton's flaming laser sword. Because why else would things that are not supposed to change?
okay, I think Shaggy's Adam's apple disappeared because maybe something along the lines of it's a message. There's a message behind that. Like, you know how there's all this water chemicals in the water, like
They made him less masculine. I already gathered that much.
Yeah.
But that goes back to the whole thing of the Mandela event itself is a distraction. We have to figure out what they did. And a lot of people were on time travel. That's how come I mentioned Steins Gate, because Steins Gate was diving into the aspect of exactly what we were talking about, where we're unsure, but we can do this.
I was gonna buy the IBM what was it, IBM 5100. I was gonna I literally had access to that computer, and I didn't want to buy it because my house had a rabbit and it was gonna chew up the cords. Hi, Sai.
Hey, before we move on to another subject, I just wanted to say, from my understanding of reality, I think that the Mandela effect is demonic. I think that demons can put thoughts into people's ideas, thoughts into people's heads. They're evil.
Here we go.
Logismoi. Yeah, there's an understanding in orthodoxy of logismoi, and these are thoughts. And we had to guard our hearts at all times and be careful and discerning about what we consume into our inner man, the psyche. We would say that we're true psychologists because we actually understand what the psyche is. It's not just the mind, it's also the heart, it's also the spirit. So
I agree to that too.
Just to add another one to the mind's ammunition bucket, trespassers and debtors for the Lord's Prayer, so that you can point that one out next time you run into a Christian. But the reason why I bring this up, I'm glad you brought this up, because I'd like for you to find something for me later in your spare time, Mr. Newman. It deals with scripture, because I know you want to find out. I want to find about the word of the Lord will be in your heart in the end days. Something of that within scripture. And this is the reason why I keep these Christians around. So they can go look up the things that they enjoy doing, is what I'm putting on the table, because they do enjoy doing things for others. At least they're supposed to.
so what is the question again?
About in the end times, the word of the Lord will be in your heart. So therefore, it's like what you was saying. Do not be influenced by what is around you, even the book in your hand.
Yeah, we have to endure until the end. That's what makes us very different than some Western Christians. You know, we don't believe that it's just a declaration of faith. We have to constantly be vigilant and be like Mother Mary. She kept the word of God and kept silent about it. Of course, the word of God is Jesus Christ.
I want to add something to what Curse said. This is one thing that made me realize that the people, when all these changes happened, who was religious and who actually believed in God. Because it has been said, hear the truth and the truth will set you free. And it didn't say see the truth, because a lot of religious people, every religious person will say, well, show it to me. Where does it say that in the Bible? Show it to me. I don't believe what you're saying. They don't want to believe the truth unless they are made to believe it. by being shown something, which is not what the scripture says belief is.
And that's the thing. Remember how I was talking about earlier with the cylindrical universe, and we have to continuously experience everything all at once? Well, those of us who can actually experience more than a single prime perception at a time will not come back here, and they will become us in the next cycle, so to speak, is the comprehension.
I'm not sure if I understand what you're saying. Are you saying that you'll be split? Like there'll be a version of you here?
I'm stating that no matter what, we will be back here in X amount of billions, trillions, quadrillions, quintillions of years to have this exact conversation once again, as well as we are having this exact conversation an infinite amount of times, referring back to the Hilbert Hotel effect of what reality truly is.
Yeah, that's kind of like what Nietzsche believed about reality. He thought that we are doomed to repeat our lives over and over again because there's just an infinity.
Now you're looking too small. You're looking at a singular pixel instead of the big picture, Mr. Newman.
Well, he thought of the universe like a flat plane.
The universe itself will repeat, not just us individually. The universe itself will repeat.
So
there is this thing I want to jump in here. There is a thing that, jumping back to movies again, reference like Groundhog's Day. There is a thing that happens where I believe the universe does repeat. I mean, there's a circular nature to everything, I think, obviously, and there's a repetition to it. But I do think on a supernatural level, things will continue to repeat until we learn from those lessons. Like, you're not going to learn you will continue to make the mistake until you learn from it, basically. And history will repeat. You're doomed to repeat. History will be doomed. Oh, because I'm not saying it right. I'm not going to talk right now, but it's something along the lines of you're doomed to repeat history because you're not learning from your lesson or something like that.
And that's kind of what I'm putting on the table as well. The more that you want to hold on to the fact that there's a singular perception of reality, the more you're going to stay trapped in the universal cycle of what's going on.
Loop. Yeah.
Because that goes into the timeless category as well, because that will continue to go on and has always continued.
Well, I think the main difference is what we believe truth is. Like for me, truth is a person. Truth is Jesus Christ. It's not an idea. If it was ideas, I would be like always searching for ideas forever.
Well, that person, wasn't he like a living example?
Yeah. Yeah.
So part of those examples is certain ideas. Didn't he say to love isn't loving your neighbor, isn't that a type of an idea that you should practice?
Yeah, persons have ideas, so it's part of it.
So,
but I would say that's the main. I agree with the mind on this one. That's the main purpose of that person, was for his ideology to be carried on, not for you to worship his dead body. Like, the person was very minute in the story. His sacrifice is what it was, and his ideology that was supposed to prosper from, said person.
Yeah, that's
body's not dead. That's the whole.
That's how come I try to say something whenever they represent the body on the actual cross. The body's not on the cross still, guys.
He ascended. Yeah. So the ascension is what we celebrate as Orthodox, not the crucifixion.
You think his body rose?
Yeah. His glorified body. That's why we have any hope at all.
Do you think because I do think there's a separation between the human meat suit that you're talking about and the spirit inside of you.
Yeah. I thought his whole body, like his whole meat suit, went to heaven too. There was another person too. His whole body.
So then we're tripping over the discussion of the difference between eternal and immortal.
Yeah, Enoch is one of the most important people in the Bible because he was the first one to never die and also rise with God. One of the far most important people overshadowed in the Bible.
Elijah too. Elijah as well. Don't forget Elijah.
Immortal.
But Elijah die?
No, he ascended.
Okay, Chris. What were you saying, Chris? What's the difference from immortal and eternal?
We're tripping over the difference of immortal and eternal.
So those
the
are the two
universe having its cylindrical cycle, etc. ... goes into the realm of eternal because it always was and always will be. Immortal is whenever you obtain the ability to exist and continue to exist. It doesn't mean you have always existed. That's what we're stumbling over here, not understanding the difference between mortal and immortal. Because we are mortal while we are in this form, are we not, Mr. Newman?
Yeah, so our souls by gift of God have been made immortal, but we weren't that by nature. That was a gift of God. Like we came out of nothingness. That's something that we separate ourselves from the Gnostic understanding. The Gnostics believe that we were made out of God himself, but we believe that we were made out of nothingness, but made in the image of God, and he wants to commune with us.
Whoa. I
So he
thought we
gave us
was
a
made
gift.
from the dirt of the ground and was given the breath of life.
Well, he made
True,
the dirt out of
true.
nothingness too. So he made all of creation out of nothingness.
Well, his voice, I think he spoke it into existence.
Yeah, that goes back to Entropy, where it does that mousetrap at the end, and suddenly the whole universe starts again, which I kind of understand, but don't at the same time.
Yeah, well, he'll recreate the heaven and earth.
Yeah,
So,
behold the glory of the first cause. The first cause being sound, the effect being light. Yeah.
but when he recreates it, he'll do away with the wickedness. We're basically being baptized through this life right now.
Yeah,
being
and that's
prepared.
what happens during the syndrical cycle. It happens within. It's not the pinches on the end.
So back to this mortal, not mortal thing. So before he rose, talking about Jesus specifically, before he rose, didn't he go around and visit some people?
In hell?
No. I'm talking about when Jesus, after he was put on the cross, then put into the cave, and they rolled the rock in front of it. Didn't he
You're
visit
talking
some
about
people?
Sunday morning, Newman.
Okay, after Easter. Yeah.
Yeah, his
before
body
he
was
rose
gone.
to heaven.
He met with people with his glorified body. So his body wasn't in the tomb because it wasn't dead. And
So at what state did he have?
Supposedly.
Yeah, it's kind of like what Morpheus tells Neo. It's your self-residual
I believe it.
image after you no longer have control of this mortal coil.
so from our understanding, he has a glorified body, and with the glorified body, he can do things that we cannot do in the fallen state. He can
But he still
actually
had
just
the
be
wounds, though,
wherever
didn't
he
he?
wants to be. He can basically travel time and space however he wants to, in his glorified state.
Which is the Kardashev level scale 3 being. Thank you very much.
Well, we
Didn't
can
he
try
still
to
have the
get
wounds
there
though
through
from
technology, but that would be a mistake. That would be like the ultimate mistake of eating from the tree, because Satan said, you can be like God without God's input, and he doesn't want you to have this. So we had an alienation between us and God, but he is life. So if we try to make a glorified body through technology without a connection to God, we will be spiritually dead, even though we'll live forever.
Okay, I just want to
Yeah,
say
we'll
one thing real
become a
quick.
Nephilim. We'll become a technical Nephilim. Yeah, the mind.
Wait, when Jesus was going around with his body and hanging out with people, I thought one person didn't believe him, and he was like, "Yeah, look, I'm Jesus. I have the wounds from the other day when they killed me," and then he stuck his finger through his wound and was like, "See, that's the wound right there." And I think glorified bodies aren't supposed to have wounds. How I thought glorified bodies weren't supposed to have wounds. So what was going on there?
That's what I was
Thomas
stating
said that
earlier about
he wouldn't believe
self-residual imagery. That's what occurred.
Yeah, he did that as a mercy for us, because Thomas said, I won't believe unless I saw the wounds myself and touch them. So he presented himself that way to Thomas out of his great love. We don't call it doubting Thomas, by the way. That's something in the West. We call it the belief of Thomas.
So
because we think it's a beautiful
up as a
thing,
zombie. He showed up as a zombie Jesus to Thomas.
Exactly. That's where I
Jesus was a
going
lich.
with this
Jesus was a
conversation.
lich. Jesus was a lich. Thank you very much.
It's his glorified body. It's not a zombie. A zombie makes you think that he's like rotting.
I would say if he was able to show the wounds. No, mine went down the same path I was bringing this down. But yeah, I would say if he was able to show the wounds, it's not just a perspective thing for Thomas. I think that was what he was presenting as. So I think that would come off as a zombie to Thomas. Like, oh, this guy was put to death. I know he was. Now I've seen the wounds, but this still has to be that holy person I was referring to. I think zombie might have a negative connotation to it, but it doesn't mean that's not what we would identify as a zombie, you know?
regardless, what Thomas did say is that you are Lord, that you are the Son of God. He declared that he is God.
Jesus didn't come back for your brain. He came back for your soul. Different kind of zombie.
The good one, Curse. That's
that
funny.
was
I
the
laughed.
effect that it had on Thomas, and he
That
knew
was
that
funny.
in his prescience.
My bad. I've been holding it in for 2.5 hours to hit Christianity one time in a jaw for Mr.
Okay.
Newman. But yeah, my
But
bad.
I do
Mr.
think,
Newman.
but I do think Jesus would have had to have risen for the simple fact that the Jewish people would have loved to lie about that at the time. The ones that brought him to death, like it would have been so much better for them to not have to admit to that, and eventually they did. So that's the internal conflict that I actually have. Like if you think about the people of the time that put him to death, the Roman soldiers that were brought to do it, they wouldn't have wanted what happened to happen. And
Yeah,
it
they
still
were
happened.
bribed to say that somebody stole his body.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like the Jews were definitely trying to obfuscate the truth. They didn't want
This
to
is very
admit
true.
The
that they
victors
killed
write history.
the Son of God.
Mr. Newman? What are you talking about, Mr. Newman? The victors wrote history.
Well, eventually the truth can't be hidden.
Yeah, but we all know a lie travels from the sun and back before the truth even puts on its shoes.
That was always my analogy for the Garden of Eden, is that you were dealing with two higher powers, and one was trying to give humans knowledge, and one was trying to keep them from it. And the victors are the ones that told the story that we now know today. And for some reason, we think of snakes as like sneaky beings or something like that. Like snakes are just like bad for some reason. It's just it's just an animal like any other animal. I don't, but because of biblical teachings, we've been taught that serpents and snakes are to be looked at differently.
Like, bro, I can't even go back to the think of it. It wasn't even a tree. It wasn't an apple. It wasn't a snake. It's the best thing that the interpreter can represent at the time because of the age they were in. Go ahead, Mr. Newman.
I was going to say that a friend of mine at church, she has pet snakes. She loves them. I've saved a snake's life before. I don't think Christians are against snakes. I think that's a mischaracterization. They're
No, I'm
creatures of
not
God.
Christian specifically. I think society in general. Like I think that's why we have a term like "sneaky as a snake," or the fact that like we use serpents in a really weird way. And then you were touching on occultism. Medicine for the longest time was represented as occultism. That's what the medical staff is. It's the staff with a snake around it. That's what
but
the
you know where that comes from, right?
symbol-
That comes from Christianity. Well, it comes from
The
Judaism.
staff of life brought you on the wings of mercy from the gates of hell. Continue.
Moses put out a serpent on a staff, and it was the caduceus. It's what the physicians used as their symbol because it healed all the people in the desert from the wounds of the snakes. So like this was a prefigurement of the cross. There's also other prefigurements too, like when during the fight of Amalek, Moses's arms had to be held up like this, just like the cross. Like there's all these foreshadowings of the crucifixion in the Old Testament. But yeah, that's actually one of them. That's the caduceus comes from Judaism.
But yeah, I think our interpretation of the snake is very accepted through society, not just Christians. That's why I was saying I wasn't making it towards Christians, but in society, we have thought about snakes and serpents differently. And I'm not sure why. I don't think they're any different than any other far deadlier animals, by the way.
Snakes are in sort of our symbology. Snakes are actually identified with wisdom and knowledge because seraphim, actually you get the name for seraphim from snake. So snakes aren't necessarily bad. It was a bad angel. That was a bad seraphim. He was the devil. So he was using that to tickle our disobedience and tempt us basically with knowledge.
So, without Mr. Waters bringing up the fact that she used to piss her pants during the Addams Family rehearsals, can we get? I'd like Mr. Newman. You got a good reading voice. I like your reading voice.
Oh yeah, okay.
I'd like you to read this.
All opinions are equal, yet fall short in front of facts. Normal is an illusion. It's a perception determined by majorities. Therefore, it's an opinion. Clears throat. Perfect practice makes perfect.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Newman.
I
Is this
did
the
a
right
terrible job reading that, by the way. But
Yeah,
okay,
but
yeah,
thank you.
yeah. Hmm.
I thought of a thing, and I've been thinking about this thing of perfection, and I think there is one thing in this reality that is perfect. That is balance. If you could balance something, you're perfectly uh, having you're causing that to be in perfect balance, and it's not moving left or right. Like that. That is perfection right there. A state of balance.
Now we're diving into the hole that Thanos was right. Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Yeah, balance between what I guess becomes the next key question, because like I agree that balance is good, but like balance of what?
Order and
Yeah,
chaos.
man. Yeah. I attribute that to the analogy of there's two wolves in your mind, and guess what? This is all my food, so they already starved years ago.
Inside of every man, there's two wolves. They're both gay. You ever seen that meme?
What the
It was made me chuckle because there's always these memes about the two wolves, and then somebody made the wolves who are just like inside of every man. There's two wolves. They're both gay.
Oh my gosh. I hate you, Mr. Newman. I hate you right now. Now I owe Mr. Waters $10. Like real shit.
And by the way, I would never say that lady from the Addams Family pissed her pants because I didn't know anything about that. Not sure why you made that claim that I would say
No,
that.
no. You was the one that last time I brought up that picture, you interrupted me and said that shit. Oh, great.
The only
queen has
person I know,
arrived.
the only person I know that did that is the lady from the Black Eyed Peas, and she's perform after peeing her pants on stage. I didn't know anything about the Addams Family.
Scar.
Okay, who's the new guest?
Scar.
Right,
Oh, it's Queen.
It's
Queen bitch. Okay, hell.
Female dog.
They're gonna just leave us in
frankly,
suspense.
I worked for all those letters being capitalized.
I don't want to say
Um,
that.
Then you can just say ma'am.
Yeah, I'll
It'll
just
work
say,
if you
ma'am.
just say
Excuse me, ma'am.
that's like evil to me. Ma'am.
You know you could just call her queen, right, Mr.
I'll just
Newman?
call you Queen. Yes,
Everybody
Queen.
calls me queen. The balance is basically anything you find worthy of or interpret as the both opposites. You have good and evil. You need both. You can't have one without the other. Am I coming in clear?
I agree. Yeah, we hear you loud and clear. I agree.
So
Yeah,
basically,
you know how Mr. Waters is. He doesn't like picking up things on the ground, and the mind is quick enough to pick up a receipt that comes out. And Mr. Newman likes to analyze what you're saying before he'll say anything.
well, basically, what I interpreted religious stuff was in the Bible. You have to have the good and the bad. You have to know the evil in order to appreciate the good.
Okay. I mean,
So,
there's stuff like that in the Psalms even that talk about like being thankful that God showed us evil days.
yeah. And if we had nothing but one side of it, where would we be learning anything?
Yeah, suffering is so necessary for our growth.
Yes. And it teaches us how to be stronger, how to get through something that could be horrific. And you need that balance in order to walk through that. Because you can go into the most scariest thing you could ever imagine. But if you ain't got that balance, you're not going to be able to walk through it.
So what do you mean by like balance with what when you're walking through it?
Like, you need to look at um let's see. You need to look at the what you need to learn along with what you need of the silver lining type thing. Yes, you're going through it, but at the end, you'll realize that, yeah, that was supposed to teach me that.
Kind of like the
And
destination is not the only important thing during the journey.
no,
Okay.
am I making people understand? Because I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think so. You know, like understanding that out of humility that there's something that God, you know, I would say God, maybe if you're not religious, you'd say the universe is trying to teach you that you're supposed to grow from, you know, like for me, I trust every day in God's hands. And I say, you know, I recognize that whatever people have been put in front of me today is who God wanted me to be put in front of. So like I pray that I don't embitter other people, that I don't embarrass other people, and that he can keep that strength in me
Yes.
throughout the day, no matter what comes my way.
And I've always seen it that the 600 uh rules that they think are 10, as long as you don't break those, I think you could walk through this life just fine. You know, when I
The
was
Decalogue,
reading,
the 10 Commandments, you mean?
yeah, 10 commandments that are actually 600, over 600.
Yeah, with Christianity, really, it's just the 2 commandments now, but it includes everything in the law. It's to love God with everything that you are and to love others as God has loved you, which means like you couldn't steal from people, you shouldn't enslave people, you shouldn't do any of these bad things. It's actually a beyond the original law.
Do you think it still follows under following man law as described when in Caesar's time?
I think we're supposed to follow the government as far as it doesn't break God's law. So like we should be obedient to the civil authorities and we should pay our taxes. But if they ever make us do something that is against our faith, then we should disobey.
It's
Solid.
whatever you feel is correct. You're not supposed to judge people based on anything. You're supposed to look at them like, what do you want them to do to you? It's like the old respect knowledge. It's you treat others as you want to be treated, because you're basically doing it to yourself.
Yeah,
as you
Like
do
Well, I
to
think
others,
it's fine
you
being
will
yeah,
receive.
yeah. This is a good thing. I wonder how everyone else feels about this. So, like, it is an Eastern Orthodox understanding, but I think that a lot of people have this understanding that we're all connected by one human nature. That we're actually there is only one man in the universe, truly, mystically speaking.
And we do have other halves of ourselves. I do see the thing that when in Genesis, when he pulled Eve out of the side of Adam, it's the opposite of us. And when you find that opposite, you understand things better.
But what if you just want to live life as Lilith and you want to dominate and conquer men and be the true first woman?
Yes, I understand her views and everything. What some women would call the first feminist, when in reality, all she wanted to do is be seen as equal to Adam. because she was born of the same dirt he was. She did not want to be judged.
Which goes down the same path of Luciferi didn't want to bow down to a lesser creation to his perspective known as humans. It kind of came down to that scenario. So it's like history repeated itself, buddy. Did you realize that happened?
And you can walk through this life as a walking paradox. I do it all the time. It amazes people. And quite frankly, the rules are the Bible is seen how you want it to be seen, not others or different minds, because we each have different ways of looking at things. And what could be to you is different than what could be for me, especially as a female.
Yeah. Yeah, for us, that is why the church has split so much, is because of sola scriptura and like people having their own interpretations. I think the fullness of the faith was given to the apostles, and we should rely on tradition.
Yeah.
I believe the Bible itself is a product of tradition. It's all tradition, so we should
Yeah.
follow that. That's why I'm
And
Eastern
the way
Orthodox. So I don't
that
come
the
up with these
church
ideas on my own.
the way that the church treats women isn't even what Jesus was doing when he had females as his disciples.
Women are
Everybody
treated
thought
with
that
a lot of respect in the Orthodox Church.
and yet women don't even treat themselves right.
Do you know why? Do you know why women are allowed to wear hats in church? Queen.
To hide their hair for purity and non-seduction, supposedly.
No, it's to shield yourself from God as well. It's like a protective thing. It's not actually to cover up or anything like that. Not that I know of. It might be different churches, but in Christianity, it was almost as like a veil of protection.
Well,
Not really sure why.
in our Orthodox churches, women often veil. It's seen as a piety, and Mother Mary also had a veil. It's actually very beautiful. I
Yeah.
love women in veils.
It's actually like a higher thing that men aren't allowed to do that. Like, so women actually have a privilege when it comes to church that men aren't granted. I was often thought about that when I was younger, when I was going to church and saw women with hats on or something like that. There's actually
Yeah,
a reason for it.
I grew up Catholic, left the church as a teenager, went to Christianity, got baptized then, and still left.
Yeah, what did you become? Like a Protestant?
I just started looking at religious stuff as not mainstream nor following mainstream, but actually taking the words and looking at it from a way different perspective than what you're taught. And I could look at the statues
Do you
in
mind?
Catholic. Pardon?
And after in a little bit, do you mind if I share a story?
Yeah.
Like maybe in 10 minutes.
Yeah. When I was going to Catholic church as a child, I always looked at the statues, especially of Mother Mary. And I looked at it and went, that's not what she looked like. You know, wrong head on the wrong body type of thing. And it's like,
Chris Zero,
Hi.
are you there, Chris Zero?
Hi.
Well, okay, I'm not trying to
Can I be
interrupt so much.
heard?
I'm sorry.
Hello, can I be heard?
Yes.
I can hear you.
Okay, what's up?
Okay, I would like to share a dream in a little bit about how I discovered the Mandela effect, because that was pretty interesting, and I think it has to do with figuring out something. Because yeah, it has to do with the formula, and yeah, and that's it. It does. I want to talk about it, but I do feel like this guy was just saying like, oh, well, it's of the devil, and we need to focus on Jesus. And then I started
Yeah.
thinking like, okay, so like if I had a formula that can have people like I could jump to different dimensions, you're telling me you wouldn't want to know anything about it. You're just gonna be like, oh, I need to talk about Jesus.
Oh,
Well,
I just had a dream about that the other night, and it gave me the answer I was seeking.
yeah, you can share whatever dream. It's not obviously I'm not in that, like, kind of like what's already been
I'm
said.
not
Like
trying to convince you of anything.
I'm willing to hear anything. I'm here on this panel. Yeah.
I wanted to
Well,
share the
I had
story
Yeah,
with
yeah.
first.
I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. Yeah, y'all know the rules. No fighting. I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette.
Okay, what was your dream? I want to hear your dream first because that sounded interesting.
No, you had a dream. Oh no, Queen had a dream and you had a dream. Okay, I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette.
I'm going to hurt him. I had a dream last night that I always had a theory that maybe when we dream, we jump different timelines, realities, dimensions, whatever you want to see it, and you basically go to yourself in a different area when you dream, and you're living out 45 minutes of being in that person's body, and it's like you have a connection with yourself in other timelines, dimensions, multiverse, whatever you want to call it. And you could, when you 45 minutes of whatever it is they're doing, interacting with people, even the people that you know here are there as well. And you could, when you leave the body to wait, either jump to another dream or wake up, you can see the body you were in. It's like you were having a out of body experience in that because you were leaving it. And you could literally see the person you were just in. I don't know if that was understandable.
Have you ever lucid dreamed?
Yeah, very lucid dreams, very like you can remember every dream you've walked through.
I got to be really clear when I say lucid dream. What I mean by that is you're aware that you're dreaming while you're dreaming, and you can affect the dream at will while you're dreaming.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's different
Same
states
time,
of
there's
lucid
also a
dreaming.
message. Yeah.
Yeah, I used to do that back in my occult days.
Your occult days. What was your name? Queen. What kind of lucid dreaming did you do? Like when you realized you were dreaming, what was the first thing you decided to do?
I went flying on something I thought was behind me of a jetpack. I don't think there was a jetpack back there.
Everybody loves flying, don't they? I know that's one of the things that I love to do the most too, was fly.
But when I was a kid, I couldn't control it. I'd constantly fly up and I'd be looking down going, put me down. No, put me down. And when you learn how to control it, that's when you're lucid dreaming.
What was the first thing you imagined? What was the first thing you conjured, like brought into the dream?
thing? Like, did you ever decide like, hey, I want this thing to appear in front of me in your dream?
Yeah, I was flying.
Well, yeah,
I was
that
on
was
what
the
I
thing.
thought was a jetpack.
Okay, yeah, that's a good experience. Flying is a good experience people have. Did you ever
Yeah,
get super?
because you're basically astral traveling to that body you're going into. But you can also make it knowing that you're dreaming and everything. I looked down at my arm one time in a dream, and I didn't have my tattoos. My
Well,
tattoos didn't show up.
I understand what Mind is asking, and I did. Like one of the things that I like would go down a hallway, and I would imagine who I wanted to be on the other side of the door, and it would always be that person. So I could like decide who I wanted to speak with, and like people like Albert Einstein, you know, people of the past. Yeah.
Yeah. And I also figured out that through those dreams, you can only hear people you're connected to. You can't hear the people you see as strangers. Because I can have a full out conversation with someone I know that's also on the other side as well as here and have a conversation with them, and I can hear them like I'm sitting there.
I
Yet,
had some experiences lucid dreaming where there was entities there that like I didn't conjure up, but they were there.
yeah.
And it was like
Oh yeah, that's happened to me.
like I believed it was like a djinn or something. Like it was something completely like different than what I experienced before, because it seemed different than what I experienced from demons and like other spirits. It seemed like extremely powerful. And it was just like, what are you doing here? And I was just like, yeah, I remember some very crazy things. doing
Oh,
the
those
lucid
are
dreaming.
fun times. Those are my favorite kind of times. Oh, my bad. Hi everybody, I'm back. Yeah. So dreams.
Yeah,
They suck.
I
hate
think they can
dreams,
be
but
they
yeah,
can be
I'm
used by the
I'm
demons.
lucid
They
in my
can
dreams.
be.
Yes.
They are
I'm
always
lucid
used
in
by
my
the
dreams.
demons.
If
Oh my
anybody
God,
has any
guys, let
questions, yeah,
Zero
I have
talk,
complete
please.
control. I have
Sorry.
complete control whenever I'm in my dreams, but I hate dreams because dreams suck.
To what extent?
I don't like anything that's fake, and I perceive a dream as being fake. So yeah, but I'm completely able to control my autonomy inside of a dream.
Okay, I kind of see where you're coming from. I mean, what is fake? I think, you know what? I think when we talk about a simulation, right? When they talk about reality is simulated and we're in a dream state and all this and that, I think the state that we go into, which is that one, is more of the closer thing to what reality is as opposed to what we're in at the moment. Because of the fact,
Yeah,
like, this is the
diving
one
back
reason.
into the fact of jumping into a game such as Ready Player One, sooner or later we're going to be dociled into a state of continuously being within something of that, which creates another layer for the simulation, which goes down to the point of it's a very hard pill to swallow on the other side of everything.
Okay, first of all, like everything.
I'd rather it be time travel than all of this extracurricular stuff that is very confusing but makes sense at the same time.
It's kind of all of it, to be honest. Like it's a lot of shit packed into one. Like you can't just try to go with the thing that makes you feel most comfortable. But yeah, to be honest,
I'm like this cause effect kind of thing. Like, what caused us to actually fracture and split into all of these? Because I have the understanding that it's kind of like a mirror falling and somebody hit it with a hammer in mid fall. And now we're waiting for all the shards to hit the carpet.
The fall.
okay, there is higher states of consciousness. We are a smaller version of something greater. We are, even the state of awareness we're in now is in like a dream state. That's what I'm saying. If we could become more aware, more conscious, more lucid, we can actually understand a little bit more of what's going on here. I have had lucid dreams, and I have kind of come to the conclusion that yeah, this world we are in right now is a part of this dream world that I have access to in the dream state, because that's it. Like the dream world is not imaginary. It is, the imagination is infinite, first of all. And I want to say without imagination, there would be no creation. And imagination has more grounds to stand on than what you realize.
Yes. And that's why they encourage it in children more than they encourage it into adults. Which is odd to me.
Yeah, imagination is not a bad word. It's not a bad thing.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I'm definitely on the boat that Santa Claus is reality for adults. Go ahead, Mr. Waters. I know you got something to say.
That's not what I said.
Do you separate your unconscious thoughts from your conscious thoughts when you're talking about these things? Because I do think when it comes to dreaming, you have unconscious thoughts that happen that you wouldn't have when you're conscious. So you could imagine something when you're in an unconscious state. I mean, it's not consciousness like you're thinking of it like you have amnesia right now and you're not going to come back to. It's not that kind of unconscious. It's not like you're a vegetable, but you're I can't remember what it's called. It's not unconscious. There's a secular part of your mind when you go into a REM sleep that you're tapping into that you're not normally tapping into when you're walking around.
Yes. That's basically what people would call the dream state of REM sleep. And your unconscious is supposed to be talking to you at that point. That's why you're jumping into different places and things and people and oh my god. But you can also do that during the day as well. That's why they call it daydreaming. You can jump into another time area of traveling, time travel during the day while you're wide awake doing other things. So you can get that far.
So I've let's see how Mr. Newman would phrase this. I've dabbled a lot in occultism all throughout my my journeys, but when it came to so dreaming I can only do in a REM sleep. I can't do it outside of a REM sleep, and I can't do it under the influence of things. I don't have as good of dreams. So that all stemmed from usually a nightmare, not a dream. I wasn't dreaming up things that I wanted to do. It was in defense of things that were attacking me in my nightmares. And that's when I was able to conjure up things for myself as a defense mechanism. But what I did more than that was astral projecting. And that to me is a whole, it borders on the same subject, but it's different for me. And I used to do that between this point of awake and asleep. Like it wasn't necessarily, like I definitely wasn't in a REM sleep. I wasn't out of it. I was quite aware, but still in like a haze. And that's when I was able to astral project. The reason I stopped astral projecting is because I do believe in the afterlife and I do believe in possession and things like that. And I felt like I was leaving my vessel open for other things to enter while I was away from it when I was astral projecting.
You know, the reason why David Bowie has this sort of shiny suit on is because he was an occultist of the Rosicrucians as well. And they believe that when you're astral projecting, you could lose your body. So they would wear something that has a glimmer to it so that you could always like come back to your body so that something else like couldn't take control of it after you were gone too long.
Yeah. There's a lot of people that talk about a thread that they keep, and they say when they feel a vibration in that thread, that's what draws them back to their vessel. But it's just like, that's how possession starts. It's somebody going, here, show me proof, or do something to prove to me this is real, and you're leaving yourself open for it. Like I used to mess with Ouija boards and spirit boards and stuff like that. I've talked to.
Don't play with those. Don't play with those. Don't play with those.
That's why I used to. So when I did, I learned a lot. It taught me a lot. I never had negative experiences, but I did understand that there's a lot of tricksters out there that will pretend to be something. I don't know if I've told Kirst about this. I talked to the Grim Reaper one time, or what we think of as the Grim Reaper. And
those are fun. Those are fun times too.
And he let me know that somebody was going to die and the exact date that it was going to happen and who was going to do it. But none of the knowledge that he gave us was going to give us the ability to change anything. He gave us the knowledge to let us know that somebody in between me and my 3 friends that were using the board at the time, that one of them, he wanted to talk to them about death. And then sure enough, the day before Christmas, he ended up killing somebody in a car accident. And we couldn't do anything about it. He called me 2 days after and said, "Hey, do you remember when we talked to Grim?" And I was like, "Oh God." Like, no, I had forgot all about that, because we thought it was somebody messing with us on a board. Like, we didn't know what spirit or energy we were talking to. But yeah, I think all of these things are possible, but when we're leaving our vessels open for other things, you have to be very solid in your convictions on what you believe and what you don't, and the things that you allow into you, and not just a willingness out of curiosity. Because the mind posed a question about, if you had the ability to go to all these places and travel to other places, would you do it? It's just like, yes, but I assume there's a cost with it. And I would try to weigh out that, like the balance you guys were talking about. And it overflows with spirituality, dimensions. I think all of these things are relevant when we're talking about this.
Yes.
Yeah,
So,
I would agree. It's
Okay,
incredibly dangerous.
I just want to say for the record. I said if there was an equation that allowed you to jump to different dimensions, you wouldn't be interested if I had something like that. That's what I said.
Right. That's kind of what I'm going to convey into, but not directly state at the same time with dreams. We can all agree that we are unconscious whenever we go to sleep. Correct. Okay. So this is another reason why I don't like dreams, because it doesn't allow me to know for a definite fact that I'm consciously coming back to the same body, because of my understanding of all of these realities infinitely running at the same time.
I mean, well, your body looks similar. It's a similar body, so I mean that should be good enough, I think.
Mm-hmm.
You'd have to
So
have.
that's why I'd rather not dream. It tells me that I didn't go anywhere, so therefore I am a higher likelihood of being within the same prime perception of where I fell asleep at.
You like movies, Mind. Have you seen Inception?
Yeah, that one's all right.
Yes.
I didn't like that one that much.
The whole reason I'm bringing that up is because the idea of totems inside of that are so necessary, because just the visual appearance of being in a body that you think you went to sleep in without having something to test it, or to know that you're not asleep, not awake, like you know exactly when you're in where you're supposed to be in, and everything's operating the way it's supposed to be operating. You have to have your own personal test, and that's what they used in Inception. They would spin a top or something, and if it didn't spin the right way, or if it maneuvered off, they'd be like, all right, this isn't the reality I remember, or I'm dreaming right now, I'm not awake.
Have a totem, Mr. Waters?
But clocks and reading books is a very good dead giveaway that you're in a dream, if like the clocks just don't make sense. Like,
Yeah.
My totem was what Jacob's Waters totem was, which was some kind of imminent threat. That would be the thing that normally will wake me up and make me realize, like, okay, this is a dream. I need to start doing some shit.
But what if you're actually in an imminent threat? If someone's actually trying to kill you, are you just going to assume it's a dream?
I will no. In real life, if I'm in imminent threat, I defend myself.
My mom told me I used to do this when I was younger. I used to have a lot of nightmares. That's why I told you I actually conjured up the ability to do things in my dreams because of nightmares. But my mom would hear me slapping myself in the face, and she would tell me about it, and I was like, "What?" And she was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Oh yeah, I remember. I was trying to wake myself up, like from an unconscious state. I would hit myself in the face in order to wake myself up from horrific nightmares."
Now that's some lucid dreaming right there,
Yeah.
buddy.
It's weird. It's weird, and it's always happened to me. I'll have full conversations. I'll do all kinds of weird stuff. Yeah.
I'll sit there and talk in my sleep. And I know I'm talking because I'm still doing it when I wake up.
What about sleep paralysis? I'm pretty sure y'all have experienced that, right? If you have night terrors.
No, that's the only thing I've never actually had, because that doesn't happen, because that that goes back to, are you able to do a lucid dream? And and my experience, if you have sleep paralysis, you can't move in your dream. You can't control your dream.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, with like, I've had the experience, but I was able to work out of it. Like, I could you just it feels like you have, like, infinite gravity going against you, but if you just keep willing, eventually you can start moving your hand and, like, you can start moving your body again.
Well, I
But
have learned
it
over
takes a lot
time.
of willpower.
Jacob Waters left. I have learned over time that yeah, if you use your mind, you can go into a lucid dream state in a sleep paralysis thing. But when I was younger, I was not aware of that. It was more panic. I was more panicked than anything.
Honestly, I'm glad I got 3 hours out of Mr. Waters, because that's why I was trying to arrange with you, Mr. Newman, because he like allocates his time specific ways, and I'm glad I got 3 hours out of him because he is a very busy person. He does a lot of things all at once, and it's like, okay, yeah, he definitely works 36-hour days like I do.
Yeah, it was nice having you on, Jacob.
Yeah, it was good talking to you, Jacob. Yeah,
Mhm.
it's interesting stuff. I mean, I'm glad that he talked about how it is dangerous, and I think with all that stuff, it's incredibly dangerous. I would say for sleeping, the best thing to do is actually to ask God to protect you and to have your pray to your guardian angel to protect you during sleep. Uh, I think
Mhm.
putting your trust in that will actually really help.
Oh yeah, you can also take it to where you can make an agreement with it that wherever you're taking me, at least make it so I learn something.
Yeah, as much as people stand on free will, I rather stand on will of self.
What
Well,
does that mean?
even
You yourself can decide what you can do, but you know that things will occur no matter what.
then
Yeah, I
free
mean,
will does not exist.
It's kind of like I was explaining earlier. The water is always running. You just decide whenever you jump into the river.
yeah, I think we there might be a misnomer about what free will is. I mean, really, it's our ability to react. It's something inside of us. It's not something external. Like we can't change the world based off of our free will, but we can change how we perceive ourselves.
Wait,
We have
I thought we
control
could
over that.
change the world. I thought we literally there's climate change. There's like pollution, microplastics. Like that's changing the world. I think we can change the world with our willpower.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's external changes based off of what we've done, but, like, in the grand scheme of things, like, God's plan and all that and how it all works together, I mean, he there is divine providence, I believe, but we do still have free will in our own soul.
Well, we even okay, even God's divine plan didn't Adam and Eve kind of stray from that by eating the apple, right? Like I'm pretty sure this wasn't God's divine plan for us.
It
Yes.
I think it was part of the plan. I think he knew
Okay,
when
but
he
yeah,
created
you're right.
us that this was all gonna happen.
Yeah, yeah, I definitely lean on the fact that he did all of this because he knew he was going to win in the end.
Yeah, and that Satan was actually going
So
to
it
be
goes
part
back
of
to
our
the point of none of
salvation,
this matters.
which is like the
It
strangest
goes
thing.
back
He
to the
made
point of
evil
none of
things
this
good.
matters and goes to the question of warriors on which side of the war that we're discussing right now, and shit like that. That's what I'm trying to put on the table.
Well, like we need suffering, we need evil in the world, kind of like what Queen was saying earlier, and that
Mhm.
God actually uses Satan and his demons to uh, strengthen us. We by having a contest with the demons, we become stronger because they're way more intelligent than we are. I mean, it would be a hopeless battle without the grace of God, but He gives us enough grace that we can actually stand a chance.
That's what I'm putting down on the table. The end point is already decided. So no matter what we do, doesn't matter anyway. So I'd like to know who's on which side, so I know which way to and not swing my sword whenever it comes time.
Well, You know, Christ is my king. And he always will be.
Yeah, and I don't have anything against great uncle. He's actually done nothing bad against me. It's great grandfather and grandfather that I'm more worried about. They just can't decide what they want to do with the remaining humans.
So there really is just one man, though. That's the thing that, like,
and then it goes to the point. Yeah, we're all collectively going to become one mind anyway. So I'm you, you are me, we are them, they are us, all that together at one time, dog. So you're agreeing with me.
We have to
sit here and always disagree.
We have to be purified. So, like, we need to not have anger for each other in our hearts. So there'll be a great dividing at the end.
Also at the same time, they don't tell you that you're able to question the mass religions. You're able to even question the Bible. That's how you learn. It's like if something doesn't make sense to you, you know, you can ask, what am I supposed to interpret this as? I mean, if you're a good soul, you'll interpret it well. Good.
So yeah, I'd like to slice something up real quick. If go ahead, the mind.
I was thinking about this earlier, and I think there's this thing where people say like, "Oh, your ways are not his ways, and you can't think like he thinks, so you just gotta like trust in him."
He doesn't want you to be in that type of control.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
He wants you to be able to think for yourself.
Yes, I think you're right. I think God's about consciousness and free will, and a part of that is us making our own decisions. And obviously, He tells us like, "Hey, look, this is right, this is wrong," and then it's up to us to choose.
Mm-hmm. It's like on the inside with your consciousness. Your the other person that you think is there, but it's making giving you one option while also giving you another option, and you need to choose which option would you like, because you're going to get out of those options either the consequence or the reward.
So yes, Mr. Newman, do you have faith the sun will be there during your entire lifetime, or do you know that the sun will be there during your entire lifetime?
Well, I can't know it. But yeah, I expect it to.
See, that's what it kind of comes down to, because I know the sun will be there as long as I am consciously within this aspect of time frame of human civilization, society, consciousness.
If a black hole came by or something, man, like, you never know. It could be a black hole that's going super fast and it just like comes by and takes out the sun.
And that's another thing that we're talking about, that the Mandela event community has also accepted, that there may have not been nefarious actions taken, but at some points in times, it feels like every time they shift, there is nefarious actions being done for some reason or another. They may have saved us one time out of the 3,000 times we've jumped through different realities, but how do we know that they're not actually doing something like they've always done? They've always figured out how to weaponize any kind of technology. Why do you think we don't have cars that run off of water?
Well, technically, we kind of do have those cars, but yeah, they're not sold, not right now. Yeah, hydrogen fuel cells,
because they're more efficient than gas cars, and that's what'll blow people's minds, bro. It's insane.
You'd have to change the infrastructure, but yeah, it would be better.
At the same time, you're also looking at the resource, because you might not have, one day you might not have that water to put into your engine. Just like at some point, we're not going to have gasoline.
Okay, that's what I was going to say. They have compressed air cars now too. The engine runs off of compressed air. That's pretty cool too.
Yeah, and I thought you were maybe talking about hydrogen fuel cells. That's actually hydrogen that they're using, and that creates water.
Yeah, if
Yeah.
Grimlock was here, he'd jump in and tell us the name of the 2 or 3 guys that died that were creating water engines that were more efficient than motorized vehicles this day and age. And yeah, I already said the whole story.
Yeah, there's a lot of money in oil though.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. That's how come you mentioned the infrastructure. And I understand the reason why there's the word infrastructure, but it's not physical what's going on. It goes back to public opinion being fact right now. And it goes back to the simple statement of 10,000 years ago, we didn't think this way. 2,000 years ago, we didn't think this way. 100 years ago, we didn't think this way. Hell, 20 years ago, we didn't think this way. 5 years ago, we didn't think this way. That's the point. What is considered fact has been moving goalposts ever since the dawn of humanity.
I would
And
agree
that's
with
why
that.
I come
That's
back
why I
to
like
the
tradition.
That's why, that's why I come back to the statement of since the gap for the God of the gaps is shrinking, science has actually made a way for a gap for the gods. And excuse it for being plural, because aren't all gods fighting to be the best god of them all?
I don't think so. I mean, I think there's the rulers. The rulers are the demons.
Mm-hmm.
So
At least from
they
the
call
perception
themselves
of
gods.
at least from the perception of what the people that push forward their gods, because we obviously know there's more than one type of religion around the world, but we obviously know there's a splinter of Christianity, and we have to acknowledge the splinter of the Muslim community, as well as there may be a splinter in the Hindu community. I'm not sure if that one actually stayed together or not. You want to correct me on that one, Mr. Newman?
Oh, well, Hindus.
And you
they
know what I
have-
mean by splintering.
They're so Hinduism is kind of like a Western conception over their religion. Like they have lots of different gods, and it kind of like the pagans did. Like the different people devote themselves to certain ones. Like when I was looking at all the different religions and practicing some of them, I was a Krishnavite for a bit, which is like somebody who dedicates themselves to Krishna, an avatar of Vishnu. But like there's the Shavites too, and you know they're all kind of considered Hindu, and you know they don't hate each other. I guess they don't fight each other.
No, they don't hate each other. They run themselves like what you would find in that movie something gods. It was an Egyptian movie. And it had humans and the gods together. And they didn't see they saw themselves like a council instead of what people think it is, and telling it your religion is not my religion and you're wrong and all that dumb shit. It's like, how do you know your God and what you see him as isn't going to be the same as mine? Because I see him in a different type of form.
Yeah,
What
it
you
goes
call
back
it.
to the 3 blind men touching the elephant. It's like we don't really know because we have mere human minds that cannot even perceive what God is. And I know Mr. Newman can agree to that fact. We cannot perceive or fathom what God can be or is.
The essence
we
of
are
God,
merely
it's
human.
inexpressible. Yeah, but out of his love for us, he came as a man, and he gives us the Spirit of truth, the Holy Spirit, through the church. So he
He's
does.
also came in many forms, as well as not just Jesus.
But we can also agree that if we actually studied other stories that predate and post-date and are around the same date as Christianity itself as a whole, that it kind of picked and pulled what it liked from other religions and decided to make things about it. That's how come I also say that we don't know what happened 2,025 years ago, but we know something made everything, the Gregorian calendar, start counting upward. We don't know for sure. It goes back to the point of asking the question to Mr. Newman. Do you have faith that the sun will be there, or do you know that the sun will be there? during your lifetime. And it's like, at least from my experience, the sun definitely through science will be there my entire lifetime. There's no unless foreshadowing story, because sooner we have the technology to know whenever something's close to us.
Well, yeah, I mean, but there's always the possibility that something we don't understand happens. And micronovas are certainly a thing that could happen too. And that would appear as if the sun wasn't there anymore for a time, because it would eject out so much dust. It would really set us back if we had a micronova. Do you guys know anything about that? Do you guys like study solar weather?
Yeah. That would be catastrophe. I mean, I think there's actually examples of it possibly happening to the Earth in the past.
That's why we have those isotopes. Yep.
Yeah, I think it's quite obvious that it could probably happen again too.
Because
And
they found them
that's
on
where
other planets
balance
as well.
That's where balance comes in. If the sun gets gone, what's going to happen with the Earth? It'll go catastrophic.
We'll find out in about 8 minutes, Queen.
It takes 8 minutes from light from the sun to get here.
Yeah, roughly exactly. Even though Mandela event occurs and has changed scientific things, which I seem to be the only one to acknowledge, because ain't a damn science person going to acknowledge that shit. Okay, so yeah, next, moving along.
We've identified it with some of the dinosaurs and stuff that have died in the past, and it also happened with crazy freezes that weren't explained by nuclear winters. You're talking about 250-pound animals being frozen alive with like still digesting food. Like it wasn't it wasn't something that happened over a gradual period of time. And I
You watched Ben Davidson, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
Yeah.
And then if you were to have like a solar flare event or something like that, it would come a lot more rapid than the actual, rate that it takes sunlight to get to us. It would be an explosion, so it would have a little bit more force behind it, and it would probably travel faster.
Yeah. Do you think the magnetosphere is like really breaking down right now? Because like we had a KP9 on a very minor storm, and we got super lucky when the third impact hit that we were northernly on our IMF.
I mean, there's a bunch of, and this brings me to like everybody up in arms about Atlas 31. Like if you knew how much was actually going on around this planet, you would just be living petrified. Like, and these are things that are just out of our control for the most part. We need to stop. I don't think it's
yeah, we're not near a white dwarf, so we don't have to worry about micronovas.
Well, it's not even that. We can still, it doesn't do you any good to worry about things that are out of your control. Regardless, we're not going to be able to change it. We can't play God and stop some of these things from happening. The trajectory of an asteroid is the trajectory of an asteroid and all of its variables upon coming to wherever it goes. There's 1,000 things that affect it, but we personally aren't.
And that's what I'm putting down earlier about the Great Filter. And if we ever found ruins on another planet, that's bad news bears. Let's hope we never find ruins on the other planet, and we're the first ones to make it this far.
I don't think it's true though. I think you can't believe in the multiverse idea and be like, oh yeah, there's no way life formed anywhere else ever, and we're the only ones. I think
you do know that if you roll the dice statistically, that we're 91% most likely in a sparsely inhabited universe compared to a massively inhabited universe.
I think finding
if we singularize prime perception instead of going towards all these other realities that are running simultaneously at the same time.
I think finding lost civilizations or something on other planets or something like that just shows us the reality that life is minute and it does come to an end.
Yep.
Honestly, I'm looking at the side that, yes, Mr. Newman, hope that within the first 15 to 20 billion years of the cosmos, or is it trillion years? I think it's billion. But yeah, we're the first because our universe may be considered young. because we don't know how long the universe has to go through. Well, we can kind of analyze and deduce through what black holes are, etc. How long it takes for them, which is trillions upon trillions of quadrillions of X amount of years. So that tells you how long a universe can last. So we are definitely in the birth of the universe still.
I think Avi Loeb says that we're like in a third generation star or something like that. Like there would have been time for other civilizations if like you believe in all that stuff.
But it goes back to the roll of the dice where it's 91% chance we're in a sparsely or nearly non-inhabited, or we're the only one inhabited universe.
It'll be better
So-
for us, right?
So what if they're not
Going back
traveling
to accepting the multiverse, because that's the roll of the dice that we're getting within what prime perception, where prime perception is within the multiverse, and whether or not we were discussing time travel pre-Mandela event, and now we discovered multiverse instead of time travel, because this is how it really is instead of that was how we thought it was.
What if
Okay,
what if
okay.
you're putting too many restrictions on humans, or well, let's call them whatever smart being you want to call it? What if they're not traveling via space? What if they're dimensionally traveling? What if there's other beings and other spirits and stuff around us all the time that have the ability to come into this existence with us as well?
Well, that's okay. That's why I wanted to say something about the dream thing, because literally, the way I even discovered the Mandela effect was because I had a dream. Did I tell you about it, Zero? Did you ever hear about it?
Did you say it here today?
No, not really. I said it before. I made videos about it, but basically, what happened was I was sleeping and I had a piece of paper in my pocket, and it was a normal spiral notebook paper, and it had a formula on it. And when I put that piece of paper in my pocket, any archways or any doors I went under, it would allow me to jump to different dimensions. And I was jumping in different dimensions, and I went to the fairy tale world where animals could talk, and I saw like pigs talking, and they had a whole like a city. And then basically, I woke up in real life, and I started trying to figure out if there was any like scientists doing any research in different dimensions, and I found out that the Mandela effect was a thing. So that was my first experience with the Mandela effect. I literally had a dream about jumping dimensions, and then I found out scientists were jumping dimensions. They were messing with time or something. So I think
my search item that brought me towards the Mandela event was impossible things. No. It was things that are impossible to change changing, and that's what brought me to the Mandela event.
Okay, I want to mention one last thing though. This equation is very, very, very interesting because it didn't mean much to me for over 5 years. I never thought anything about the equation or the dream or anything. But after I saw the movie Shazam, which is a part of a Mandela effect, because there's another movie called Shazam. Obviously, we all know about it. That doesn't exist anymore, right? After the movie, the Marvel movie, again, it goes back to Marvel. Shazam came out talking about that there's this equation that this guy could write on the door. He was the villain, and then that door was able to open a portal to a different dimension, and that equation was called the Seven Magical Lands equation. That was a thing that actually was a part of the lore, and the equation's still there in Marvel history, in the lore, but there's no name for the equation. It's just an unknown named equation. But initially, when I was looking it up in one timeline or at one point in time, there was a whole lore behind it, and it was called the Seven Magical Lands equation, which connected everything, the other worlds to magical lands, and it had to do with the dream world and the whole Shazam thing, where wizards are able to give individuals powers to make sure that they fight the evilness, and yeah, that's it. That's the
So, yeah.
what I
Now,
tied it
which
all together to.
You know how
Shazam are you thinking?
the one with the
Shazam,
rock,
the
which
one,
brought up the one with Sinbad, which referred back to the one with Sinbad. To bring up your entire lore about what the symbols were, the equation was. There's a oh gosh, they did it to me now. I forgot what I was going to say here. There's a whole
Actually, you can
notebook.
find that
What
on
was it?
Disney Plus.
What was it? They studied something, and it. Dang it. Nope, it's gone. It's gone. I'm not going to remember it.
oh
Actually,
my
you can
god, they
still
wiped your
find
memory.
the Sinbad Shazam.
Yeah, it was suddenly plucked out of my head. I can't remember what it was. I don't
So,
think it's going to come
Was
back.
it
would
the
you say
Mickey
you
Mouse?
have faith in the Mandela effect?
Okay, there's two people talking. Can one person say something and then the next person?
Is the Mandela effect? Do you have faith in it?
I don't know what that means. Do I have faith in the Mandela effect? How would I have faith in people's a whole bunch of
That is
people's
true.
theories? Well, I definitely know what's happening. There's definitely some time travel happening. There's some merging of dimensions. There's some type of like consciousness shifts happening. There's multiple things happening, and it's getting categorized under what we would call the Mandela effect. There's I even said like, yo, everything that's changing isn't a Mandela effect. Like literally, there are, like what Jacob Waters said, what is this called? Psyops. There's actual psyops going on within the community itself where they're trying to throw people off and make people look crazy. So that's also happening.
So I think this is interesting of like what's the difference between knowledge, knowing something, and having faith in something?
Well, having faith, because faith has to do with like I think faith and belief are definitely go hand in hand. I've said that before, faith and belief. And belief has to do with not knowing, a lack of knowledge. I think belief is good. If you want to gain knowledge, you must have some, you must believe in the right things if you want to actually know what the truth. But
Yeah,
I think it's
exactly.
bad.
That's what I was putting on the
Okay, go ahead.
table with the way I explain it. Do you have faith the sun will be there throughout the rest of your lifetime, or do you know the sun will be there throughout the rest of your lifetime? And I explained science tells us that it takes X amount of time for everything to occur. So, yes, within my lifetime, the sun will remain.
So
Yeah, I think faith from like a religious perspective, I think it's when you put you lean on this something and you rely on it when you have some kind of reliance on it. So I don't really say that I put my faith in the Mandela effect. I would say I definitely know that there's something going on that they call the Mandela effect, but to say I put my faith in it, no, I don't think so.
So this is from the Bible, Hebrews 11:1. Faith is defined as the assurance of things hoped for, the conviction of things not seen. So it
Yeah.
has two components to it that you're hoping for it, and the second part of it is that it's something that you don't see yet, but you have conviction that's true.
Yeah, that's why I said belief and faith go hand in hand, because belief is something that you don't know. So I do agree with that.
Which makes me think about whenever I was a teenager and I was told something will occur to allow you to know all this is real, and I basically stated I already know all this is real. And what I think they were quote foreshadowing was the Mandela event. So now that we've seen it, what can we do about it? Since we can see it, Mr. Newman, according to your verse.
I would interpret that as um It is the balance effect. Well, that's what I'm going to call it now. The balance effect, that you know something as well as you have faith in it, because you don't know if it could come into reality.
Bless yourself.
Thank you.
But
Like-
that goes back to back then. I quote had to have faith according to me understanding something will occur. Do you get my point there? And then it occurred. So I know, so to speak. I knew about it, so I had faith. Whenever "new" is used as a perfect present, perfect future tense, it means that you have to have faith about it, such as the end times where everything's going to go bye-bye and God's going to win the destination.
Yeah, so like going back to your son example, like I expect it to happen and I hope it happens. And but I haven't seen it yet, because it's tomorrow. I haven't seen tomorrow's sun yet, but I do have faith it'll be there.
Well, and a great correlation with this. I don't know how much I missed when you guys were off, but correlation and causality are two very distinctly different things. The Mayans used to do sacrifices to, get rid of regular events that they saw. If there was an eclipse or something like that,
That was
they
open
would
heart surgery.
What was that? Oh, whatever.
They were
We used
doing
to do
open heart
sacrifice-
surgery.
Okay. Well, I'll take the Mayans off the table. We used to do this all throughout history, where we used to think that we were stopping things from happening. Like we would sacrifice for drought. We would do it for all kinds of things. Humans are often blindly just doing things in the idea of faith and hoping for a good outcome. And it doesn't necessarily always ring true.
Yeah, that
There's
would be
a
the
lot of people that,
superstitious nature of humans.
Yeah.
Okay,
Humans are
so let
very
me throw this
superstitious.
one on the table for you, Mr. Waters, since you want to bring up ancient times. If someone was walking around predicting eclipses and saying that they were not saying anything about where they were, but what do you think that will occur? Like if they were predicting eclipses perfectly, like scientific phenomenon that we know today occur because of XYZ.
It
If
depends
they were
on
going around
the
predicting those and telling people that, hey, this is going to occur, hey, this is going to occur, and people started doing shit, what would people start going then compared to now? Because we know what they do now.
It depends on the society, but they would have burned them at the stake or something like that, and charge them with witchcraft. I don't think they would have
No,
been
farther back
respectable.
than the original Holocaust that I don't like talking about, because the Jews kind of fucked us over, and that's why I have so much disdain against them taking the Holocaust. But yeah, moving forward.
But yeah, I would have anybody that had maleficent powers of that would have been considered a heretic, and they would have been probably shunned by everybody else. They wouldn't have looked at them as mystics or something like that. Mystics are approved by the leaders, your mystics, your shamans. They're not just somebody that stumbled into town and is telling you about future events. They would have been what you now
it's
call
like
a snake.
my abilities.
Oh,
It's like my
I know what I
abilities.
was doing. I know what I was doing, Queen. Mr. Waters knows what I was doing. Thank you for contributing. I get it. I get it. That's what I'm stating here. Now, okay, you realize what they do then. What would they do now? Oh, you're just fucking around with science. It goes back to the point, mysticism is science we don't understand.
We put science at the point
Can we
where
agree
no
with
longer
that?
explain it.
That's literally how it ran into it.
That relates exactly to what I was talking about. Yeah, we always put science at the farthest edge where we can no longer use religion or belief to explain it. Because that's why the farthest point now we have is the Big Bang. And yes, science will keep pushing that envelope, and then religion will try to fill the gap, or beliefs in general.
And that's why I was talking about all of this is cylindrical and has to happen in an infinite amount of times while an infinite by infinity to the infinite power, infinity times, before we can even break the Hilbert Hotel to grow beyond what we are as a collaborative, as a unity, instead of a collective or a duality.
Yeah, I could agree with that. I hear people say the collective. I'm just like, that's weird. The collective. I'm like, that sounds like some Borg type of talk.
Yeah, and they even water it down even more whenever they take collective and call it Christ, and they take duality and call it Luciferian, because that really throws off the balance. It's like, okay, so you just repainted the Last Supper 5,000 times and changed one pixel each time. Now figure out what picture it is after 5,000 times. It's just a basic example of what I'm trying to put down. And whenever we sit over here and, fight over whose tulpa is better than the rest, we're just basically fighting over a sea of quintillions inside of a ocean of septillions, bro. That's the way I look at it. That's literally the way I look at it, because there's also an infinite amount of realities where Mr. Waters is a full-fledged Christian, and Mr. Daniel, Mr. Newman over here, Mr. Jacob Waters and Mr. Newman over here, Mr. Newman, he fucking never turned away from wherever he was at before he came to Orthodox. And that's what I'm putting down on the table here. All of these things are occurring at the exact same time, which doesn't break the Hilbert Hotel yet, because that's how big a Hilbert Hotel is. And I don't know if somebody wants to go find an explanation of what the Hilbert Hotel is.
I mean, I assume it's
an infinite hotel, right?
Yeah.
It's infinite. Yeah.
It's a scientific comprehension, and you can break it, but we haven't got to that point with what is going on here, even me explaining what is going on, because it's kind of difficult to fill that many rooms, even though we have infinity on top of infinity right now.
Well, the other thing here is there's no real way to prove that there's an infinite amount of universes.
Okay, well, but do you agree that do you believe infinity is a real thing that exists in reality, or is that just a concept that can be expressed through mathematical formulas?
I don't know. I know that God is infinite. I don't know if his creation is or not.
Oh, you want me to break infinity? Is that what you're asking me to do? You want me to count higher than infinity and then tell you how you can't beat me in the counting game? Is that where we're going here?
I think time and numbers are both a construct of man. And yes, infinity can still be valid, but it is a construct that we use to measure things, just like time. That's only applicable to us on this planet.
Right. It's only what is useful here. It's like furlongs were useful back in biblical times.
Okay, is there infinite amount of space between us? Is that a thing? Is that real? Infinite amount of space?
It's not an infinite amount, no.
I would say it's measurable.
Okay, not between us. Is there an infinite amount of space? Like, you know how they say space goes on forever, or is there? You think there's like some limitation? Like we're gonna hit a wall?
I think gravitational pulls will stop us from reaching that infinite number.
I think the scientists think that's already started to happen. Is that we're already starting to slow down?
I'm pretty sure if science is correct with this, I think eventually a bunch of black holes will form in every said universe and then swallow everything else up. And then once they swallow everything else up, eventually all of that pressure is going to get formed into what I guess we'd only imagine as a white fountain at the other end. I mean,
yeah, that's how come I kind of explained it as a mousetrap, understanding Big Bang, Big Crunch, and somehow behold the glory of the first cause occurs again.
Well, that's the God spoke, and then there was light.
Universe in motion.
I think there's a crossover. I think it's a very, repeating cycle, like you were saying. It's very It's holistic.
It's how we comprehend timelessness. Is what I'm putting on the table, Mr. Waters.
Timelessness? No, I think each of those measurements,
eternity. That's how we even fathom it. We have to comprehend all of this at one time, and all of these other things can occur at the same time in order for us to even fathom what a God be in the presence to fathom what God is, because when us being mortal is different than us being immortal compared to an eternal being.
No, this is why we categorize things. Things may go on forever, but we go, oh, okay, this was the birth and death of this universe, and we would measure it by that. And this is when it happened again, if we were able to measure to that ability. But odds are, if everything's destroyed inside of a universe, you'd only know about the existence of said universe. You couldn't, I don't know how you'd reach outside of the knowledge of, when everything was sucked into a vacuum and spit out the other end. There would only be so much that you could measure inside of that experience.
Exactly.
So that wouldn't be
infinite. Like an onion. Like an onion. We're always expanding. Continuously expanding. It's like a mousetrap, bro.
Can you talk about proof real quick? Because I hate when people say, oh, I need you to prove it to me. Okay, I don't hate it. I understand it to a certain extent because I used to be like this. But after the Mandela effect, I kind of understood more about how things work, how the truth works, and how my perceptions of proof evidence are working, because I think we have been put in a society that forces us to believe things, and then we grow up wanting to be forced to believe things, and a part of that force is this evidence that gets forced down our throats, this belief system, these excuses, these explanations, and in reality the truth is very simple, and people don't want to believe it because either they haven't directly experienced it, or it just, I think it has to do with lies. People have been fed so many lies. They're more comfortable accepting, digesting, hearing a lie than the actual truth, because the truth can be uncomfortable and it can be a little confusing.
And that's where we get to the wall of cognitive dissonance, the mind. It's like once you encounter a truth that shatters your core understanding, you want to literally attack the whole thing because you have to protect your core understanding.
My experience is the exact opposite. Knowing more about Mandela effects just gives me more questions. It doesn't answer anything for me. This is why I said, why are we trying, like, where's the purpose behind all of this? What are we supposed to be focused on? If anything, I just have more questions about the same thing. Like, it's not telling me, I internally, I'm not going, okay, I don't want to hear about this anymore because it's shattering my idea. It's not shattering my ideas. Give me something to shatter my ideas. Answer some questions. Like, let's figure out what the surface.
That's what I'm saying. We have to come to a progressive understanding of what we know compared to what we have faith in. Listen more. Why is there a such thing as the God of the gaps? Now, don't answer the question.
I want to say this before I forget.
Okay.
Wait. Can I say this real fast? Because I don't want to forget what I was saying. I was going to say was one last thing.
Sure.
So, because this is for Jacob Waters. So belief. Something about belief, and what was the other thing? Because I was literally just.
So he's talking about the utility of the belief. The utility of the belief. What do you get out of it?
Well, no. What I was answering to is what you said. You were saying that now that you've found the Mandela effect, you know the universe better and you understand things better. Me, I'm the exact opposite.
Oh, proof.
I have more questions because of the Mandela effect. I'm not stuck in my beliefs. I want more things answered for me because I don't understand it.
Okay. Here. Let me ask you a question. Do you think proof is something that can be shown to everybody? Because from my perspective, I'll just tell you where I'm coming from. I believe that there are some people, if they're not in the right state of mind, if they already have their mind made up, you could show them all the proof and even hit them over the head with it, and they're not going to accept it. They're not going to believe it. They're going to have their own worldview and come to whatever conclusion they already came to based off of whatever documents that have been shown to them, right? Because most people who are blindly following something point to something that was written down to say, hey, look, here's the proof. This was written right here. So there's the evidence, there's the proof, the writing on the wall.
No, my answer is your answer that you gave. You said you have the proof and now you understand things more. I'm wondering what you found through the Mandela effect, like you just stated, that you understand things more. Maybe I'm missing something. What is it about the Mandela effect that helps you understand this universe and our existence more? You said you have the proof. This is how you better understand the universe.
I didn't say I had the proof. I never said I had the proof. I said I have.
No, you say you better understand it, and you claimed that I needed proof to better understand it. I didn't claim I needed proof. I was reiterating the exact opposite. I steel managed your argument. I was saying I have more questions after experiencing the Mandela effect. I'm not solid in any convictions after hearing about Mandela effects.
Okay, well then I wasn't talking about you. If
you just addressed me, I'm sorry.
Like I would say,
we were having a conversation about a thing about the Mandela effect, but yeah, that is a thing. Like there's an opposition, and I think it is an ideology that we can succumb to ourselves. I was even talking about this idea of an NPC. I believe us just not being aware and conscious and literally doing what we're supposed to can get us into this background character type of thing where we ourselves become controlled or NPC, like just going about life, not even actually conscious, or I would say programmed, like robotic. Okay.
I would say that Eastern Orthodoxy is like a clear example of something that does have utility, that can help you actually understand the world, where you start to see God in other people, and it gives you things to do. Eastern Orthodoxy is very different than the West, where it's not just a belief that we have, and it's just like, oh, that's my peace of mind. God saved me, and I don't have to do anything. Like we actually have to fight and struggle every day, and the kingdom of heaven is won by violence. And it's through asceticism, and it's through deep prayer, and it's through almsgiving. And it's like we're constantly given things to do to actually give us answers to these questions. Like, why did this happen to me? Oh, it's because God's trying to teach me something. He's teaching me humility. He's teaching me patience. He's teaching me this or that.
I think that's exactly why humans look to religion, is for answers.
Yeah.
And why people have beliefs.
I think God
looking for answers.
God directly speaks, and literally when the Mandela started going down, and I started seeing these people asking questions, I was like, why are y'all asking each other? Like, you say you have a connection to God, right? Like, why aren't you talking to him a little bit? I mean, I don't mind. I like coming together and conversating and coming up with theories and stuff and saying like, hey, what should Curse said, what should we do next? Like, what is the next step? What do we do now that we know this? Like that I don't mind discussing. But again, like I said earlier, when it comes to people who actually, okay, you said you're experiencing it. That's true. There are people who are experiencing it. And I think everybody isn't meant to do the same thing. Like that's a true fact right there. Different groups of people are meant to do different things. Just because we have similar experiences doesn't mean that we're literally meant to go down the same life path, right?
And that's how come I open it up as, well, somebody just walks into somewhere 2 to 10,000 years ago and they start predicting eclipses and solar eclipses and etc. What do you think will happen then? What compared to what happens now? Now we have the understanding that there is the plausibility that this is real, that we have multiverses going on. What are you going to accept now?
Is that an open-ended question? I don't know. Is that going towards anybody? I'm not sure.
But no, I'm just putting it on the field of what I have an understanding of. I'm backing you up, you're backing me up, and Mr. Waters is sitting over here saying, okay, I have more questions. I want more answers. And yeah, he's hungry. He's hungry. And now we have Mr. Newman over here, and he's like, I got this. I'm good. Do you see what's... And it goes back to the whole point of
I wouldn't
you
let-
taking something and understanding it the way that you understand it by the way people are presenting themselves during the show.
I started this conversation when I said I don't judge anybody that doesn't judge other people, and I'm noticing it more in the person that's not religious. I'm actually noticing it more from the mind, and I'm not doing this as a personal attack. I'm doing this because you're saying that other people that don't believe Mandela effects are stuck in their convictions, and then you told me that you found the answers from Mandela effects, and you've either proven it to yourself or come to some kind of conclusion for yourself, and you just co-signed what Kirsch said about. He was saying, all right, so now what do we do next? You have to have some kind of conviction of something that happened and able to decide what steps to take next. I don't know what's happened. I still have more questions.
Wait, I didn't say I found the answers. I didn't say I had the answers. What I said was I came to the realization how proof and evidence works and how we've been force fed lies. That's what I was talking about. I was saying, like, literally, I realized that what I thought was proof and evidence a lot of times is a lie. It's not actually proof. It's not evidence. It's a lie. And that's one thing the Mandela effect made me realize. It doesn't matter what's written down on paper. There's a difference from what people perceive to be evidence and what the actual truth is.
So
Are you now the arbiter of like what's true or not then? Like who decides?
The truth stands for itself. The truth is what it is. No one decides what the truth is. The truth is the truth.
Yes, I can say another statement. There's my side of the story, there's your side of the story, and then there's what happened, because the truth is the sharpest edge.
I see. So I believe everybody has their own interpretation of reality, but we're not all living in a different reality. We're all living in the same reality.
You don't know that. You don't know that.
The people sitting right here, right now, are in the.
We are all within prime perception. I can agree with statement. We are all within prime perception. I can agree with statement.
I don't know.
And Mandela event is whenever we are in another version of reality where prime perception is. That's what I'm attempting to put onto the table.
I know
Prime
that
perception. Let's talk about perception. Let's talk about perception. Talking about prime perception. What color is the black and blue dress? How do you perceive the black and how does the majority of the world perceive the black and blue dress? Black and blue dress.
Bro,
Yeah,
I can make it more simple for
prime.
you. I can make it more simple for you, bro. I can make it more simple for you, bro. Here's a blade of grass. Tell me what color this blade of grass is.
It's green.
Green.
Every color except for the color you perceive, because it's actually reflecting all the other colors while absorbing.
No, that's a word game. You're doing word games.
No,
that's a word game.
science.
I'm not playing
That's
word games.
science.
Wait.
That's science.
This just comes down to the tools. It was the same conversation we had with the rainbow. Everybody's eyes different. What if you're colorblind? This is a perception thing. It's a personal perception thing.
Whoa.
And these are the tools that we're
perception.
allowed to use.
Whose perception?
Yours.
Whose perception? Prime
If
perception.
you're colorblind, you're not going to see the green grass the same way. It's going to be a shade of gray or something else to you. That's what I'm talking about. These are the tools you have
Yeah, man. And
to
this shrimp
visually
thing that
talk
has
about
those
something.
12 cones sees that blade of grass as not even a blade of grass.
You could be blind.
Then maybe you could feel the grass. You have another perception of it that way, but everybody's experience would be different.
Yeah, so experience probably shouldn't be our way of measuring what is truth.
That's why most experience is actually classified as anecdotal when you're talking about evidence. But I understand you're questioning evidence because Mandela tries to break that mold. I understand that part. Like, I get that nothing in Mandela can be proven because it's not proven by science. And I get that you still have faith in it, but I still just have questions about it. I'm not even saying that it's wrong and it can't happen.
No, I'm gonna have to cut you off real quick. Science itself is based on faith. That's what I'm saying. That's what I realized. Like, science itself wants to act like it's in this objective, like provable evidence based, whatever. No, evidence at the core foundation is based on assumptions and faith.
Perhaps.
First, why do you challenge and try to test people's ideas before you believe them?
I believe science my whole life. Like I said, I was
Curse,
forced to
he had
believe
said
in
that
science.
earlier.
Okay.
I was just asking Curse why he tested people's theories and ideas about things, why he went through a vigorous testing process before he committed to that, why he had to get the same results before because that's what his answer was when we were talking about this main subject, is the validity in what we believe in and how we came to those conclusions. And for Curse, he said he had to test those ideas before he could have any validity behind it. Just the whole process of testing ideas is scientific. Like, that's how we come to ideas.
So you want me to bring up the point that I had birthmarks swap locations, and that's my exact Mandela event. Mine goes deeper than logos and scripts in movies.
So you don't believe that by your own standard, Cursed?
That I'm in a different body than whenever my perception of this lifetime began? No, I'm definitely in a different body.
No, just your standard for belief that you stated earlier. After all of us went around the table and said our belief, you said, this is why I can't believe other people until I test this, and this, and it has to pass every time I test it. And then I can take that as
you want
you're
this answer.
using
You want
the
this
scientific
answer. That's
process
me
for some
perceiving
things.
multiple realities all continuously happening at the same time, like I explained earlier, with the multiverse existing and the difference between prime perception and
No, I'm saying picking and choosing
where we
when the
are
scientific
in a block universe moment of time.
picking and choosing when to apply the scientific process is wild in its own. But yeah, I would say be consistent about it. I mean, if you use that to judge some things, use it to judge all things if it happened. Like, you have to have some, like, it's just like the totem idea I was talking about with spinning a thing to make sure that it's people's way of testing if you're in something. Like, that's why we measure time. That's why we measure lengths and distances. It's so that we're all operating on the same scale in this place. It's not to disprove people's ideas and stuff like that. It's just so we can all come to some kind of conclusion. It's the same reason we speak languages. It's just like, oh, okay, we want to be able to communicate ideas. Like, this is something that we've always done.
But you want to come to the same conclusion. It sounds like you want to come to the same conclusion on what to do in regards to a certain some people say before is a personal experience to a certain extent. Like, there's a lot of people experiencing it, but on another level, it is a personal experience. Especially if, for me, I feel like, again, God is kind of like always talking to us, and he can communicate to us through anything. And I do think there's distractions. I said that, but ultimately, I mean, I feel like the Mandela effect for me woke me up to be like, look, God, there is a spiritual world. You need to focus on God, because things are changing and the Bible changes. I don't know exactly how to explain it, but I feel like God was speaking to me in my heart, and that's it. It's hard for me really to explain, but I think he did give me understanding. And one thing he did say was, listen more than you speak, and there is power in prayer. That is one thing that I was really getting out of the message when all the Mandela effect happened. So I think this is a thing that always happens. The truth, if you want to know the truth, go to the source. And a lot of religious people want to go to people. And that's the problem. You're depending on other people. You need to look inward.
That was the how question I was asking you earlier. That was a good answer. That was how you came to the conclusion with understanding Mandela effects, and that's what I was asking you. What you learned from it, and you just explained it. You said you felt like it was a message from a higher power. You said God, I believe, but But yeah, that's the question I was asking you. Because Mandela effects lead me to more questions. You found an answer to your question. That was what your question was, and you found an answer to it. That's what I was trying to get to the root of. I wasn't trying to disprove Mandela effects or anything like that. I'm saying what kind of locked you a little bit more into your convictions about it being something that you should pay attention to and that makes you interested in it.
Like I said, the synchronicities, that was the thing. Literally, people I talked to, I feel most of my life I felt alone. And I feel like a lot of people who are having the same experiences as me, I mean, I can really relate to them. And we are not really able to be related to by the majority. So I do think this is definitely part of the reason. I think if there is a such thing as mass hypnosis and mind control, if there is a such thing as the neurodivergent, they would be a little susceptible, or they wouldn't be as susceptible to the normal brainwashing that they do on the masses. So I did think
Right,
that
exactly. And what gives
potentially might
me
have
reason to think that it isn't occurring because of the things that they have declassified to us and allowed us to know.
I
it's a
just
mixture
wanted
of stuff. Like I said, it's a mixture of things. It's just not one thing. They mix in the supernatural, and they're like, okay, this is happening, so we could sneak in this other shit too. When I was initially, in 2016, when I was looking at Mandela Effect stuff, they were pumping out. When I say they, I mean whoever their opposition is, had AI stuff pumping out videos every second. Every second, they were putting out videos about Mandela stuff just to delude the actual Mandela content and individuals trying to talk about the stuff.
That's what 3i Atlas too. There's lots of, man, I hate AI so much. We could talk about that. But one thing I wanted to say is that like these experiences with God, of course, is exactly like a jewel of your spiritual walk with God. But we also need an orientation. And that's what religion allows for us, is that we can be connected to each other through like the symbol of faith, you know. So like that's why we have religions, because we're not all just, you know, separate people. We're actually all one. And that's the other side of it that I think is kind of getting a little bit lost in the sauce with like being very idiocentric, you know, like having your own individualized understandings about the world.
And that's also what I'm agreeing with. Everything is one thing. So, does anybody else have anything to say? Because I'm going to go with that note and say it's been 4 hours. Let's wrap this turkey up and put it into the oven so people can do things that they want to do later.
Yeah.
So anybody else have
like
anything else to say? Mr. Newman and Mr. Waters, I'd like y'all to collaborate and make sure that y'all can at least be at one other show at some point in time for each other. Maybe in the bushes or the audience down there at the bottom, so that y'all can actually interact on YouTube.
Yeah, I can send my link
if y'all don't mind.
So in case you're wondering, Mr. Newman,
yeah.
in case you're wondering, Mr. Newman, I have quite a few questions. I would like to, because I'd like to dive into like your thoughts on, you know, the sanctity of marriage, what's happened to marriage in the West, because you often bring up Western ideas and
versus the East. Yeah.
This would have actually, I wanted to drive a wedge through the whole panel when Queen came on, and because I have a feeling I know where your beliefs are towards gender roles in marriage, but I would like to dive down that with you.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Yeah. And if everyone kind of gets an opportunity to say something before you close the panel, I just encourage everyone out there to come and see an Eastern Orthodox church, not necessarily to become an Orthodox Christian, just to see it, just to see what the big hubbub is all about. I would highly, highly encourage it.
Oh, my bad for having my microphone open like an idiot. Here you go, Mr. Waters. I'll do your leg work for you. I'll be your little grunt for you. There you go.
Yeah, my bad. I didn't know we were sharing stuff.
So yeah, that's definitely where we are, Mr. Newman.
I just subscribed though.
All right, I subscribe to you too. All right.
That's definitely where we are. Everybody go around and say hi, bye, fuck off. Yeah, have a good day. YouTube on YouTube equals YouTube on YouTube, 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 YouTube. So I've said my part, your turn.
Yeah, have fun, make babies, catch Pokemon.
Gotta catch them all. All right. Well, yeah. Christ be with you all. Christ is King. God loves mankind. Don't forget it. God loves mankind and God loves mankind. See ya.
So yeah, there you go, the mind. Your turn. Yeah, I'm about to start the outro here. Okay, yeah, excuse me. Good job. What's up? Yeah, closing remarks.
My phone froze. It was nice having you on, having me on, Cursor. Thanks for the talk.
Yeah, thank you very much, man, for being here.
All right. Okay. Peace out.
All right, yo, Trips.
Decentralized, can't contain it. We're changing lives, yeah, upgrading. Call it suicide of these older generations. What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan, they know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world's too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan, they know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan, they know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan, they know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan, they know that we're calling it wrong.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of with everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. Chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me make it, they don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up. Cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.